Hello everybody and welcome to another Wednesday night live stream with me, Playtendoguy, and my co-host Andy from Forgotten World of Movies and Ryan from Let's Get Kicking Movies.
Oh yeah, you know you forgot, isn't it?
Yeah. And tonight we've got two... I can never forget about you, Ryan. You're always on the
what were you
streams.
talking about? Yeah, I was forgetting as well, you. You did it last
Well, I
time.
just see your name there and I thought, yep, I better say your name. And we're also joined by two special guests. We've got Carlinio9. Hi, Carl. How are you doing? Yep. And we've also got John from MondoChelloveckMovies. Thanks for joining, John.
No problem. Great to be here.
Yep. So what have we all been up to today, and what we've been watching? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. I think the last film I've sort of watched today was Richard Donner's Maverick with Mel Gibson. Great little underrated Western that I really do enjoy. Yeah, really good underrated Richard Donner film as well. It's got a little cameo in it as well from Danny Glover. It's like a little nod to the Lethal Weapon movies, but yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
What about you, Ryan? What did you watch today?
Right.
I know what you watched.
Right. I went to the cinema today and I went to see a certain Marvel film that absolutely bored me to tears. And that is called Eternals. Absolutely one of the most dullest Marvel films I've seen in my entire life.
That's had mixed reviews, hasn't it? Eternals.
Yeah, it has.
People love it. A lot of people don't like it.
Like I said, I think it was the same with Black Widow as well.
Yeah.
It's like same me in my opinion. It's like, is this for Dark World all over again? Like it is. It's literally, it feels like a 2.5 hour version of For the Dark World.
Wow.
Well, you said to me it's like a soap, didn't you?
Yeah, it is. It's too literally, right? That film could have been at least an hour and 50 minutes. That whole film, an hour and a half is literally too long for a Marvel film, in my opinion. I've seen better like longer films, but literally, I just literally dragged, and all I can say was I'm going to say my famous cash race. It's shit. Right, it is. It's shit.
So you're not going to watch it again?
Definitely not. The only interesting part of the film was actually the credits and the adverts and the trailer.
I'm not a fan of.
So basically, that's £6 and 69 pence. I will not be getting back.
Bad.
Yeah,
wow.
It's literally that bad in my opinion. So that is staying away from me for my entire life, because I'll never be going back to it unless the sequel's much better. Because it's going back. We're getting a sequel.
Wow.
That's surprising.
Yeah. I think I wish as they're saying now, I wish I kept my money and went to see House of Gucci instead.
Yeah, that film actually looks quite good.
No, because I'm an idiot, I decided to go see Eternals instead.
At least you've seen it. You know what it's like, and that's the main thing, isn't it? You know not to pick it up when it gets released and save yourself more money.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the last film you watched, John?
The last one I watched was the Grand Budapest Hotel. And I'll tell you what, it was absolutely brilliant. I've never seen a movie that looks so good. I mean, the movie itself was good. I thought it was going to be good, but I didn't think it was going to be that good. And it was just like a perfect movie for me. It was funny. and it was the sort of the way it had been framed. Everything was, you know, a certain way and looked a certain way. Brilliant film. It's my favourite one of his that I've seen thus far, though I do need to see a few more Wes Anderson films. But wow, what a movie.
Ooh. I see a trailer for that today. That's the one with Ralph Fiennes, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
It looks
it's
quite
really
good.
I mean, unfortunately, it's on the Criterion. You can't get a cheaper Blu-ray. I was tempted to get the Criterion. It's just far too much, so I might wait on that in the sale. But
it might be on sale, mightn't it?
I will get in the sale. I wouldn't pay full price. Well, I wouldn't pay Criterion full price for it.
No.
Which you're talking nearly 30 quid. If it was 30 quid, I would expect it to be 4K.
Yeah.
You know, 30 quid for a Blu-ray, just a normal Blu-ray, isn't that tempting?
Yeah.
But it's a brilliant film. It looks spectacular as well.
It's the same with The Irishman as well. That's about like 25 quid on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Like, that's a ridiculous price. I might as well rewatch it on bloody Netflix. That's the main thing.
We do have some extra guests here. We have Soph and Jason. Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
Guys.
Hey. Hey. You all right?
What you had seen Godzilla? Or have you seen Godzilla?
Yeah, we saw it
last night. Yeah.
Oh, last night. All right.
That must have been amazing.
It was fucking fantastic.
I wasn't expecting to like it, but I loved it.
The restoration is like it's never looked that that film has never looked as good.
Really?
Yeah, we saw it at a BFI cinema as well, so it was like really lush and lavish the way they present their films. It's just unbelievable. The best cinema screen in terms of quality and clarity that I've ever been to.
Wow.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
I've been in the cinema, but I haven't been inside. I just went to Foyer and had a bit of a mooch around when I was in London one time. But it looked like a nice place.
It is really nice.
Even like because Godzilla 1993, the curtains kind of come across to hide the rest of the screen, so you just get that 4:3. It's really clever the way they present their films.
That's good.
It's really good. It's still my favorite film of all time, especially probably more so now seeing the big screen.
Will you be going to that cinema again?
Yeah, I'm quite tempted to go for a double bill. On the 9th of December, they're showing Acura and Battle Royale back to back.
Oh,
so
wow.
That'd be good.
I've seen Acura at the cinema. Absolutely amazing. Like in 4K. I went to see it at Cineworld. Like in the super screen in Borden. And I'll tell you something. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Was it subs or dubs?
Subbed.
Okay. Very good.
I want to go back to BFI because it got that David Bowie month.
Yeah. They're showing that Merry Christmas Lawrence, isn't they?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. I've just stuck with the film, honestly, like on the big screen.
Right. So, what was the last film you watched, Carl?
It's got to be that one. That was the last one at the cinema.
Yep.
Friday that was. Recently, I'm trying to take the channel in a different way, and rather than do movie reviews, I'm trying to do TV show reviews. So I've been doing a TV drama on Channel 4 called Close to Me, and starring Christian Eccleston and Nick Blood, who I saw Saturday, and but it's the adverts are so annoying.
Yeah. Carl, are you doing episode by episode, like you review episode 1?
No, just a full review of the whole lot. That's what I'm trying to do. I've done a few in the past. It seems to be doing better than the movies reviews, but I just thought I'd try it and see how it goes.
Yeah, because you don't see many TV series reviews on YouTube.
No, that's it. No, and it's just the adverts. It's so annoying.
Yeah. What about you, Soph and Jason? Did you actually watch Hot Fuzz today, or did you watch anything else?
We got up so late today. It was my fault, but yeah.
We'll probably watch some films after the stream.
We ended up going to town and going charity shop hunting. Basically, we didn't watch anything today.
Right. As for me, I watched my first ever Wes Anderson film. I watched Fantastic Mr. Fox, and I really
Okay.
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I really liked the stop motion animation to it. It was really good. Right, let's get on to the comments. We've got a few, and why do I keep pressing that? I don't know why.
You keep doing that, Pete.
I know, I always do. Right, first up, we've got Edward Coppock. Hey everyone, hope you're all okay. Have a good stream, and I'll watch later. Thanks, Edward. Oh, he's
Cheers,
actually asked us some questions. Edward says, what is your favourite Richard E. Grant film?
Someone
Oh,
remind
I
me.
got
where
one.
he-
I hardly don't even have a clue. I think I've probably seen a load of films with my men, but it must have been a long time ago. The only thing I remember from Richard E. Grant was Jack is either Jekyll and Hyde or Hogan. Really?
Yeah.
Mine would
What
be probably Rise Skywalker.
He was in that, yeah.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I keep forgetting
And
that.
a big, was it Logan as well?
Yes, he was in Logan.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the Kill Vampire. Watching that.
I liked them in How to Get Ahead in Advertising. I thought that was just such a crazy film. But I think With Neil and I would be his best movie.
Yeah,
It's
totally
just-
agree with you there. It's
It's one
brilliant.
of the most quotable movies ever.
I
Just
think
think
that's
it's brilliant.
I kept getting told to watch it, because I've got the Blu-ray upstairs, right? And Pete keeps telling us to watch it.
It's
Haven't you,
very
Pete?
good, Ryan.
No, you keep telling us. It's
Have you
like,
not watched it yet, like Ryan?
no, I haven't watched it yet because I've been busy
Oh,
doing the
you've
horror
got to,
reviews.
You got to watch it. Honestly, it's really good. So funny.
Mm.
So, because I've got a couple of other Arrow stuff I got to watch. I'm not talking about my horrors, but I've got like the Long Good Friday to watch. I've got that one. I've got Thief, Live and Die in LA, and what was the other one? Oh, Cruising.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Yeah,
selection there, Ryan.
Well, I say things.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, I haven't been having the time to watch anything. Because I'm a college student, so I have to get some college work done. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, Richard E. Grant, Bram Stoker's Dracula, I absolutely love. The one he did with Melissa McCarthy as well.
Yeah.
Can You Ever Forgive Me? That was a great film.
It was.
Probably one of the worst films he's been in, but I enjoy it. Spice World, the movie.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was in that.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him in that. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Right. Edward also put, do you think we'll ever get a Rush Hour 4?
Hope not.
Yeah, hope not.
Don't think so.
Not
But
now.
you know, Hollywood, they do love to bring back old films from years ago and give it a sequel.
Have you seen Jackie Chan these days? He doesn't look like he's like. He doesn't look in good health, from what I've seen.
No, I think he's done himself in with all them stunts that he does. I think he's catching up with him.
Must pay a price on your body, eh?
How old are you?
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. I reckon he's a bit knocked with that. Like,
Well, I don't see it.
Right. No, I can't see it. Well, who is it? Is it Chris Tucker as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Let's
Rush Hour
face
3.
Let's face it, if Rush Hour 3 was a success, we would have got a full film.
That's true.
In this long, you know that we're not going to get one.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's been
think
too
Rush
long.
Hour 3 was like 2005, weren't it?
Something like that. It was
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah. However, we could go in this side of things. So far, the 2020s have been the 2020s have been the decade of nostalgia. So you never know. if Hollywood see dollar signs on nostalgia, they'll bring it back.
Yeah.
They'll
agree.
CGI a young Jackie Chan for us, wouldn't they? That's what they'll do.
De-aging.
They'll de-age a Jackie
Yeah.
Chan. That's what they'll do. Because
Possibly.
Hollywood love money, apparently.
But it's not a film I think people have been crying out for as a new Rush Hour.
Not really.
No, because they already tried to make a TV series out of it, but it failed.
Yeah,
Did
you're right.
they?
Right,
I
actually.
didn't even know they did a TV series.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I really
Wasn't any
enjoy the
good.
first one. That's about it.
I don't think I've
Yeah,
ever
that's
seen
one
that
was the
film.
best.
The first one's a really good kind of buddy cop comedy. Like it's good. But I think Christopher and Jackie Chan have got great chemistry together.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I agree. We have Mike Woods here. Evening, guys. Hope you're all well. If you could change the ending to any movie, what would it be?
Oh,
I'm going to throw it out there right now. John's going to know what I'm talking about. Nightmare City. Holy shit! That ending needs to be rewritten. Oh my god!
But Jason, do you not think it's perfect for what it is? You will never see another ending like that.
It's a great movie, and then I should have filmed my reaction because I was seething with rage. I
was exactly the same when I first saw it.
Yeah,
It's as if they kind of didn't have any ending and just said, "What if they got a 3-year-old to say, what would you end it by? We'd end it by this way," and then they just filmed it. I couldn't
if
believe
you've got the power to make a movie and direct it and write it, at least bloody finish it. I hate it when they leave it wide open, or they don't finish it at all. I mean, what a complete waste.
I finished this one, but in the strangest way possible. Wow.
It's infuriating. It's either going to be like, "Oh, you got me, film," or it's going to be like, "Fuck you, film." It's going to be either one. It's like, "Ah, you got me, good one," or "I hate you, movie." I hate you, movie.
I've got a brilliant suggestion right here. Go to Mars, right? You know that when they were just about to get into a fight scene at the end of that?
I've seen it.
Oh.
Don't spoil it, please. I've just bought it as well. Don't spoil it, please.
Shit,
You already
anyway.
spoiled Scream for pizza, don't.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't worry, because I've got to review that as well.
Oh,
I'm lucky I haven't bought it yet, so that's one good thing.
that's true.
Oh man.
What about you, Andy?
I'd change the ending to Dark Knight Rises because that really disappointed me. That whole ending, the way it was just shrouded in mystery. I didn't like it at all. I don't like that with my Batman. If I'm honest, I prefer it to be Batman rather than Christopher Nolan's Batman. It just wasn't for me, that ending at all. Didn't like it one bit. No.
Yeah. For me, I'll probably say Rise of Skywalker, but it isn't just the ending; it's the whole darn film that needs changing.
I still haven't seen
it. By extension, The Last Jedi.
Yeah, true.
No. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's not get into that.
What about you, John? No, we don't need to go into Star Wars. We'll be here all night.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I need to go upload mine more.
Yeah. Is there any films you would change the ending to, John?
I had one in my mind there. Oh, hang on. There's one that I don't like the ending in is Kes. You know the film Kes?
Yes.
I don't like that ending.
Not seen it.
I think that I watched it and I loved the film, and then when the ending come up, I thought I could never watch that again.
Yeah.
Personally, I know it's a kind of bleak movie anyway, and it's a real movie, but I didn't like it. So for that reason, I don't ever want to watch the movie again, even though I do rate the movie very highly. So maybe I would change the ending on that one.
Yeah. What about you, Carl?
I can't really think of any really because I don't really own any that's got bad endings because when I do a review, it has to have a good ending. Otherwise, I'll just slate it. And as I said earlier, you know, if you've got any one of us would love to make a movie, and you would definitely, when you've got that power, you definitely have to finish it so everybody goes home satisfied and happy. Really, at the end of the day, I mean. Did it? How did It Follows? Did that have a bad ending?
It was like ambiguous, wasn't it? It left it up to your imagination. Like
because I think that's the only worst ending I actually own on that one.
I love that.
It's a good movie.
I thought it was pretty clever.
Yeah, it's a good time. Have you got any, Soph?
Probably the ending of Sing Street. They just go for a boat. It's just done. Not many people know that film. I say about Sing Street and they're like, what?
Yeah, I've heard of it, but never seen it.
They just go for the boat to Ireland in this little fishing boat. And logically, they wouldn't survive. And it just winds me up.
You know, you like films with logic.
Well, I always you put me into the habit of breaking with logic.
Don't blame me.
Actually, I blame Andy because he was the one who ruined Armageddon.
Going back on what Carl said about you find it difficult to review a film and give it a positive review if the ending's bad. You've got something. You're onto something there because even though I still quite like Nightmare City, the way that film ends makes it very difficult to recommend. Because it's either, like I said, it's going to either really piss you off, like it did for me, or someone might like John. John understands the kind of crazy, lunatic way to end that film, and he kind of appreciates it, which is good. So I find it very hard to recommend it because you never know how people are going to take it.
You just got to give them the heads up to think. A lot of these Italian movies don't really have a good ending on it, or they don't make any sense. You've just got to say it's a brilliant movie, and you'll just be amazed at the ending. And you'll never see another one like it. So I think it's good for that. But I think if you didn't know about it and you said it's a brilliant movie, then that person would think, what the hell happened at the end? Which is what we all thought during the day, because you just went back in the day, you would say, what was it when you had a end of it? You would say, give it back to somebody and say, what was the ending about? Because it just was nuts, and they would just say, I know. So, but I think people like it because of that.
I don't mind if you're going to leave the ending open, like to your imagination. You can probably get away with that, but it just really, really winds me up, and it's so frustrating. The amount of times I've been to the cinema and that's happened, obviously before the kids come along, but it's just really, really infuriates me. What's that? Can I have everyone's thoughts on the Razorhead?
Not seen
Oh
it.
yeah.
I've never seen it.
I watched it as a kid. It was a very surreal film. That's all.
I couldn't get into it.
The whole film is like a fever dream.
John's going to love it.
It's like as if David Lynch went into his mind and recorded the nightmare he had.
Yeah. I think it's just a series of nightmares put together on screen. Now, the best thing about the Razorhead is that I remember I watched it on TV. I didn't know what it was. I flicked it on BBC Two, and I thought, right, what is this? I couldn't turn it off because it was that nuts. So I had to keep going with it. And then when I finished it, I thought, what did I just watch there? And I used to go looking on the TV to see when it was getting repeated. And it used to get repeated every now and again. So anyway, when I got it, I kind of learned that just to think, I am never, ever going to understand this movie. But I don't mind because it looks that good and it's that crazy that I can get away with that. But my theory is, if there's anything that makes sense about it, is that just Henry gets the girl of his dreams. That's because that's the last thing you see him, thinking about the girl of his dreams behind the radiator, the one who stands on all them things and sings the song. And then it's the last thing he's thinking about. What's that, sorry?
How many times have you seen it?
I would say 30 plus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
I knew it was. That's why I brought it up. I just couldn't.
But I always go with a theory that most people don't like it, and I quite like the fact that nobody really liked it. It was kind of felt a little bit of a niche market with it. And it was kind of like a movie that wasn't going to go mainstream. And then, weirdly enough, David Lynch did go mainstream. But I think it's a movie of its kind, and I think plenty of other movies try to be like it and they fail miserably. So Eraserhead is the king of that type of movie that doesn't make one iota of sense, but it's better for it.
It's like the other one. Probably upset a load of people here. Clockwork Orange.
Yeah,
never seen it.
You didn't like that one?
Well, I watched it years ago. To be fair, I'd like to rewatch it, but I remember watching it and I think I switched it off halfway through.
No, it's really good. I find.
Yeah.
I think Clockwork Orange is an amazing study of the cycle of violence. I just think it's fantastic.
I watched it once and that was enough. But I would like to rewatch it.
Yeah, I think I would give it another go.
There's a lot of people, I think especially women, don't like that movie. I think, and I can understand why. It's not good towards women in any way.
No,
it's really nasty for that, and I can understand people not liking it. But on a recent rewatch, when I watched it, I found it very funny. There's a lot of comedy in there that you don't see, and I hadn't seen it for a while because I knew the 4K was coming out. So I waited for the 4K and I watched it and I thought, hang on a minute, I'm laughing a lot in this movie where I didn't really do it the first time round or I've watched the movie quite a few times, if I'm honest. It just gets better with every watch for me. I enjoy it more every time.
And it was filmed like a 15-minute drive away from my house.
Yeah, was it? Saying?
Really?
Thamesmead, very local.
It's all like the concrete building.
Yeah, it's all we call it a concrete jungle. It's old flats. Yeah. They're all deserted now, but they're all made of that old kind of concrete kind of look.
I like it. Yeah, that'd be really interesting.
I think that's quite interesting. I like where I live so close to where it was filmed. I think makes me feel special.
I'm definitely gonna have to give it a rewatch, but I'll get a better version. The version I've got is like letterboxed. What's that?
4x3.
Yeah.
Oh, it must have been its first.
Film is a square film anyway. It's not widescreen. It was filmed square.
Oh,
or thereabouts. Yeah, because Andy Kubrick didn't like doing things in widescreen because he knew when it was shown on TV, you would have it like cut the sides off for pan and scan. So you made the apart from 2001, you tried to make them as square as possible, which cinema people didn't like. They wanted them to make like widescreen movies. So that was So you'll never see a widescreen version of it.
Okay.
That's cool. Next up, we have Lydia. Hey, everyone. Hey, Lydia. How are you doing?
Hey.
We have Dangerous Chris. All right, guys. Anyone picked up Blue Underground 4Ks of Maniac Cop 2 and 3 and Kino Lorber 4K of Invasion of the Body Snatchers 78?
No, and no.
Same here.
Is Blue Underground like another boutique label?
Yeah, but they're probably doing the best 4Ks out there at the moment. But they do kind of like obscure cult stuff.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I did actually.
I'll get them. I haven't got them yet, but I will be getting the Maniac Cop 2 and 3, even though they're not the best ones in the series. Unfortunately, they can't get the rights to Maniac Cop, the first one, which is weird, because the bloke who owns Blue Underground, Bill Lustig, is the man who made Maniac Cop, and he hasn't got the rights to it. He's got the rights to everything else he's done, which is nuts.
That's so strange.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Curious about that because he's quite thingy with his rights. He always keeps his rights, and he keeps all the movies to himself so he can release them. Like Zombie, for instance, I think he's got that movie. He can always release it when he wants to. Yeah,
cool.
But I will get them. I don't know if I like Invasion of the Body Snatchers enough to buy the 4K of it, personally.
Right. We have Koriyisha Ichi here. Oh God, they're all here. Run for your lives.
Yeah.
Good old Cora.
Itchy, you love us really, mate.
He does. He thinks we're good.
We've got Rob here from Rob Effects Bounty. Hi everyone, hope you're doing okay.
Rob.
Hi,
Rob, you
Rob.
all right?
Ichi's here. We'll be back later as I have to watch some Lady Gaga concert using my new speakers. Have fun.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
You never know if he's telling the truth or just taking the mick, do you?
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I like
true.
him. I like his humour.
We have Dangerous Chris here saying, anyone getting Scream Factory's 4K at Krampus on the 7th of December? I'll watch that one on Christmas Day.
Pre-ordered already.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I really want that. I love the artwork on that 4K.
The steelbook artwork's amazing on that. I've got it pre-ordered from HD Movie Source. It's
With that, I have a question about that HD movie store. Do you get kicked in the arse with shipping? Or is it pretty reasonable?
free shipping.
Oh, free! Wow.
If you got if you want anything, contact Bill 4K Baker.
Okay.
And but it's they do free shipping, so that
because Carl, that's where you got all your Halloween ones from, wasn't
I got my Halloweens and they arrived damaged, but they
Amazing.
replaced all the cases.
That was amazing.
I sent them to Phil. Phil sent them on to me, and
that's brilliant.
Yeah, they are. I haven't had any problems. I have pre-ordered that Krampus 4K from them, so we'll see when that arrives. I think they're sending it to Phil because Phil uses DHL, and they get it. They said if they just send that to me, it'll take weeks. Probably get it after Christmas because they're so busy. But because Phil's always ordering from them, and he uses DHL, it should be within a few days. So we're probably looking early December on that one.
No, that's good. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've never seen the film.
No.
If I'm honest, it's one I need to get around to watching. Okay.
Is it on Netflix then?
I think it's on Netflix. It was last year. I don't know about this year.
I've got the movie, but I've never seen it. I've got the Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it. I've had it for years, actually.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good movie.
Oh, I've heard a lot of people say good things about it. And it's on my list, but I just never seem to get around to it.
I've got that thing to watch this year. The one that you guys didn't like. What was it? Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. I've got that to watch.
It's brilliant.
I've got the box set. I've got that limited box set from 101 Film.
I've never seen it.
I've not watched them yet, but
I watched the first one, Jason.
Yeah,
and then we'll watch it together. I'll watch one at the same time as yours. Apparently it's not very good, the second one.
But it's that bad. It's good.
John gave me a warning about the second one, but I don't know whether I should tell you because it's kind of like it's not a spoiler, but it kind of saves you time. Do you know about? Did you know about the time saver?
No, I'll watch it.
Okay.
I'll put up with it and watch it.
I know what you're talking about, Jason. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it has flashbacks, doesn't it, to the original movie.
Does it have flashbacks? Wow. King of the flashbacks.
Going back to that campus though, I do see it in a lot of people's like favourite seasonal horror film.
Yeah.
I think it was in Jamie's list.
Because Andy, you know about the fella's eyebrows. I remember you commenting about the fella's eyebrows, his acting. I've never seen eyebrows like it.
No.
What is it kind of like? What is it like? Every syllable, the eyebrows move with every syllable or something.
Yeah.
I think I saw it first on Movie Worm's review of it, and I thought I've got to see this movie, and I bumped into it in HMV. I watched the first one, really enjoyed it, and I watched the second one, and I thought, "Wow, what on earth's going on here?" And I did get the whole eyebrow stuff.
That's
it's nice, isn't it?
Artwork. Ooh, that's nice.
Sorry, Kendra. Sorry.
Right. Moving on, we have Neo 1972. Are Sophie and Jason in bed? What type of stream is this?
We haven't got room to go on my computer, so we're on Sophie's laptop, and we're just sitting in bed. What's wrong with that?
Well, to be fair, I'm sitting in bed as well. I'm too lazy to get
Don't like it, don't watch. That's what
I
I say.
compared us to the grandparents from Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
I mean, we're better looking, but you know.
Well, I am.
We've got Magpie Movies here. Evening all. How are we all doing this
Paul.
evening?
All right.
Hey, Paul. Hope you're doing well. He says, did anyone pick up The Thin Red Line on Criterion Blu-ray?
No, it's on my list. I do want to pick it up.
I'm pretty sure I've seen the film.
I haven't. But...
Is that
I
half
haven't
price or
seen it.
something, or is that
I
reduced?
think it's a
or-
new release. I think it's a
Oh,
new
is it?
release.
I think it
Is that
came
a
out
war
yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
It's a good movie.
I've heard of it.
I think I got the Starbucks for what, £8 at Amazon.
Really?
It might be the Wolf that I'm thinking of.
I think I actually picked it up for £1 from One Below on DVD.
Wasn't it in that set you picked up, Pete?
Yeah, I think it was in a set with another film, weren't it, for £1?
Really?
Yeah,
Or
it's
even
like
less, I think.
I think you got it when that One Below was closing down.
Yeah, I think I got it for like 50p or 25p, something like that.
See, I pay
So that
attention
was
to
quite
the
good.
videos.
You know more about my videos than I do.
I bet the Criterion isn't 50 pence.
I bet how much are they? Like £25?
Yeah, probably 17.99 plus.
Jeez.
They don't
Fair enough. It's a good
offer
film.
enough
Wow.
value for me.
No. They do seem very expensive for what they are, especially some of the ones that are £26, like The Irishman. It just seems too much money for the films.
I've only got one.
What one's that, and Carl?
Now you're asking. I don't even know what
That's low, isn't it?
Yeah, Blowout.
Blowout, that's it, yeah.
Blowout. See, Jason knows more than me.
Because I think I remember commenting on that video, Carl. That's why.
Yeah.
I must admit the Criterions I've got are really nice. I can't say anything bad about them, apart from the price. But I do try to get them in sales if I can. You know, like 2 for whatever. 2 for 20 is a great sale for them. Not that it happens very often, mind. But saying that though, my favourite film of all time, Down by Law, which I've got an American Blu-ray from Criterion, is coming out on UK Criterion Blu-ray. So I'm tempted to get that, so I can put on my 4K player and sort of make it a bit more, bump it up a bit, because I'm willing to pay it for that. I hope it's not £25 though. You know, I'm hoping for a $17.99 on it. Yeah.
Right. Comments have gone all weird. There we go. Dangerous Chris says, is anyone a fan of Jet Li? I picked up the Criterion collection of Once Upon a Time in China set and is an excellent quality of 6 films. Cool.
6? I thought it was only 3 actually.
I thought it was 3.
Yeah.
I
watched the 3. I wonder if Jet Li's in all 6 movies.
I do like Jet Li. However, I find that he's in very mediocre movies.
I think he went a little bit, like when he got over in America, his movies just didn't really. I think he should have stayed in China. Then movies were much better.
I think the best film I think the best Western film that he made, in my opinion, is A Kiss of the Dragon, set in France.
Yeah, I
Love
remember
that
one.
Wasn't he in The Mummy, The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've not seen it though.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't watch that one.
I think he's the main antagonist, I think, isn't
Yeah, I think he is, yeah. What about you, Andy? Is there any Jet Li films you like?
There's not really that many I've seen, I think, outside of the Expendables, but I'm not seeing any of his, like, the native films he's done, but funny enough, there's one I watched yesterday with him in, and that was Lethal Weapon 4. And I don't mind that film at all. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that
I didn't
one.
realise he was in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think Lethal Weapon's actually quite a consistent franchise. I like all 4 of those films.
Yeah.
Are they really good?
Me too.
Yeah.
I love all 4 of them. I think they're great.
The series
I
is
think
good as
the
well.
Yeah.
Not seen
I haven't watched the series, but
I've not seen the
The
series.
series is really good. The series is, especially the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
But we're getting a 5th film, aren't we? Mel Gibson is directing a 5th one for some
oh,
reason.
really?
I don't know when that's supposed to be coming out.
Just
Yeah.
nostalgia for people.
And money.
Mm.
And nostalgia and money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I don't know what the plot will be. It's them coming out of a retirement home or something. So dark.
What's Murtaugh going to say? He can't keep saying I'm too old for this shit. We look at him, we go, we know you're well old now. I wonder if
He must be
you,
getting on
Ryan?
now with Danny Glover, though.
I wonder if
He must
Danny
be
Glover
getting
come
on.
on the screen and think he's in a Predator movie by mistake. Like, what movie I'm in again? Oh yeah.
Oh, my favourite Jet Li films. I think my first one will probably be Once Upon a Time in China. Absolutely brilliant film with him in.
Yeah, that's good.
I just think like he's just like pulled it off before he started to do Western like kind of movies. But I've also enjoyed Fist of the Legend. Fist of the Legend's really good, but I think I prefer Fist of Fury over that because it's Bruce Lee. It's because Fist of the Legend is actually a sequel to Fist of Fury, so that's what I find interesting. But Fist of the Legend is basically semi martial arts and semi romance film. But I also did enjoy. I would say War's very interesting as well, with Jason Statham.
Oh, yeah.
Then you got Romeo Must Die as well.
Forgot about that.
There's probably many more I've seen, but I kind of remember.
Well, I just recently watched Iron Monkey, and that's a brilliant film. That's one like for about 93, and that's probably when he's at the height of his powers, because he's not that mobile now. I think he's got some kind of muscle wasting disease, or he had it, so he's not as agile as he used to be.
So basically, you could come down doing a little bit martial arts. Well, isn't he like? He must be like 59 now, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he looks older than he is. You know, he's not aged well. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think it does have a muscle.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what you would call it, like his muscles were wasting away kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely had some kind of condition that was laid him up for quite a while. I think he might be away from that now, but I think it set him back in his career at that point, because you were used to him flying through the air and he just couldn't do anything like that for a while.
Didn't you pick up a DVD for Jet Li like a few weeks ago, John?
Oh,
I
Hero.
think I remember it.
Yeah,
that
Hero.
one.
That's a great
like?
film. Really good film. It looks spectacular as well, and it was recommended by Quentin Tarantino. Recommends on the top of the cover, and you can see why it is, because it's done a little bit sort of in a Quentin Tarantino way. Filmed, you know, it's a bit all over the place timeline, but it makes sense at the end, and I think that's probably why I liked it. I recommended it. So yeah, it's a great film, Hero, and looks the amount of extras they must have had in that movie. When you see the big armies, there's just thousands of people on the screen, and it's not CGI, so really good.
Oh, that's good. What about you, Carl? Is there any other Jet Li films you like?
No, not really. I think we've said them, really.
What about you, Soph and Jason? Any more?
I don't know if I've actually ever seen any Jet Li films.
I used to like the one when I was younger, but that hasn't particularly aged very well.
Yeah.
It's definitely a time capsule for the early 2000s, even with the soundtrack choices and the CGI and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. Like Lethal Weapon 4 and Kiss of the Dragon would be my picks. I haven't seen enough of his Chinese stuff to really pick some of the stuff he's in China.
I think the Chinese stuff's the best stuff he's done, personally.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of his kung fu stuff, whatever you would call it, martial arts stuff.
There's so many.
I always thought that Fist of Legend was a remake of Fist of Fury.
No, it's mostly like a sequel because Fist of Fury, the one with I'm gonna say with Bruce Lee, it's a totally different film. So basically, it's actually a sequel, or it's mostly like in its separate continuity. It's the same with because there's a third one as well called Legend of the Fist, The Return of Chen Sen. That is like meant to be a proper sequel, like what you got from the first one. But it's mostly focused like on the martial arts side of it. While Fist of Legend takes it in a different direction. So that's why it's Fist of Legend is mostly dramatized than martial arts, even though it still has some martial elements.
So it's like a what if, because at the end of Fist of Fury, spoilers for Fist of Fury, he flies kicks to the police and you hear gunshots. You assume that he dies at the end. Fury.
Yeah, but it's like the thing is, Chen Sen, who is his character, character's bit like keeps. But the characters was entering the war as well, so it basically continues like after that.
Okay.
Nice.
It's
I think that covers in a few movies.
It's complicated, isn't it? It's like how like a character can just like literally continue. But I do recommend Legend of the Fist with Donnie Yen. The return of Chen Sen. Absolutely amazing.
I think I've got that. I'm not too sure.
Right. Magpie Movie says, I think my future challenge is to try and do a stream with John when I'm visiting my parents back home.
Is that going to be in your parents' house? That'd be quite weird, wouldn't it? In someone's parents' house. Gotta keep the noise down. Yeah, his mum and dad just up the road from me.
Are they?
Oh yeah, and I remember on one of his videos he came back to the northeast, and when he went into the place where his mum and dad live, I know exactly where it is, literally. So I've been around that. I used to live closer to that when I was younger, but where I live now is pretty much stone's throw away. So yeah, might do a mobile. Can you do mobile ones with a mobile like Wi-Fi from the beach?
Lydia says it's a stream about movies. Yes, Lydia.
I'm not sure if she knows who Neo is.
Who's Neo anyway?
That's Lee.
Oh, from the group. Yeah, I know who you mean. Magpie Movies also says, I watched Venom 2 today and I really enjoyed it. Definitely one I'll be picking up. Have any of you guys seen Venom 2 yet?
No.
Nice.
Yep. It's shit. It's shit.
I went to the cinema and fell asleep.
I bought the first one last week for $9.99 in HMV on 4K. Yeah. That's quite a serious film. Venom 2 seems to be more comedy. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but from what I can see of the trailer, it seems to not be as serious. But
like for me, like the first one has comedic moments, but it's the comedy I didn't like in the first one, and it seems like they're tripling down on it in this sequel. That really puts me off.
Yeah,
puts me off so badly.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the first Venom when it first came out on Blu-ray, and I thought it was a decent enough time, but the problem is it was too tonally different. One minute it was being super serious, another minute it was being like a buddy comedy film, and it just didn't work for me.
Yeah, I've heard this similar things because I do want to watch them, but every time I think about watching them, I hear somebody saying something bad about it, which puts us off. And I did, like yourself, Carl. I did literally have it in my hand for $9.99.
Yeah.
Then I thought, oh, I'll get it on Sky Movies, and of course, when you go to Sky Movies, you've got to pay for it, which I'm not going to pay for anything on Sky Movies. And so if I can see it for free, I'll see it, but I'm not rushing to buy it because I don't know. There's not enough selling it to us. And Venom 2, I think, is meant to be a little bit worse than that. So if I can see them, if I like them, I will pick them up. But I'm thinking I won't like them personally.
I think, well, it's funny thing, like, you know, Paul's comment, I think it's maybe the only positive thing I've heard about it. Like, it's probably the first person I've heard that actually likes it.
Actually, yes, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's allowed to like it, but it's. I mean, there's going to be people that like it, of course, but out of the YouTube kind of bubble that we're in, like, he's the first person I've noticed that actually likes it.
Paul, do a review and put I love Venom 2. How many views it gets?
Yeah.
You've got to be different to everyone else.
But actually, it's great in a way that some people like certain films that other people don't like. I think that's the best thing about movies, that there's always a movie that I'll say I think is brilliant, and someone will say it's the worst thing I've seen in my life and it's atrocious. And that's good. And I can say the same thing about somebody else's choice. So it's good that people have all these different views with it. And it shows that they'll get through to somebody, these movies.
Society would be boring if we all basically, if society was a giant echo chamber, it'd be boring, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like
you're right.
2016 Ghostbusters, but everyone seems to like shit on it.
The thing is, though, we watched that a couple of days ago, right, before we saw the new one. So I thought, I better watch this just to, so I've seen it, so I can go and watch the new one. And I didn't hate it. I didn't particularly like it, but I didn't think it was the worst thing on the planet.
No, it was all right.
No, I like it.
It's a good time.
I thought Chris Hemsworth was the best part of the film.
Oh, it's Kevin.
He's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree.
He's so dumb in that movie. He's brilliant.
It's the bit where he's like trying to listen, but it covers his eyes.
It covers his eyes, yeah.
Wait a minute, one man here right now? Is this Ghostbusters 2016?
Yeah.
Yeah, your favourite film.
No.
As a joke, I sent him the digital code for 2016.
I know.
Should have ripped it.
Right, we already know your opinion. You have to express it on the stream. It's fine.
Keep calm.
Breathe.
I literally went mind blown where that went. It's like, well, but what's this? What we're talking about now? It's like, oh god. And then I just realized, oh no, 2016.
Right, don't worry. You have to watch it ever again. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The one thing, right? I'm literally going to buy a copy of it and just break it.
That is a waste of money. That is a colossal waste of money. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do it.
I'm going to chainsaw it in half.
At least watch it first again. You might actually change your opinion.
Yes. It's not a bad movie. It's not a good Ghostbusters movie. It's just not a bad movie.
It's just entertaining. It's a fun time.
Yeah, it is. It's a fun time.
I didn't think it was particularly funny, apart from the Chris Hemsworth bits.
I think that's why I like 2016 one. It's my sense of humour.
Didn't think it was funny. I don't like Melissa McCarthy, so that was kind of like it lost 10 points automatically for me.
You like the is it Gillian, the blonde?
She was the best character before, yeah.
I thought Thunder Force was good.
What's that called?
Thunder Force.
What?
Thunder Force, Melissa McCarthy on Netflix.
Oh, I haven't.
I was the only one that liked it.
Bad things about it.
What is that?
Nobody likes it.
What is it? I don't know what is that.
It's where she's a superhero, and
the one with Octavia Spencer in.
Yeah.
I've not heard great things.
Nobody liked it.
The first people I've heard said like it.
If you go into a movie not expecting too much, it's really
I will watch it because I like her films, but I haven't come across that one yet.
See, right, Ghostbusters the video game, right? What I'm going to say about this. I would say that that game has been classed as the third film in the franchise. Just like it's a continuation before Ghostbusters Afterlife came to fruition.
I don't class it as anything to do with TV reviews.
Yeah, it is actually because it's set in the 1990s, and before even got with his merry way. So it's basically it's before the event. It's before the events of Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Mm.
And it's
I don't know whether if it's classed as canon now after Afterlife, though, Ryan.
Yeah, but some of the stuff that's being mentioned in the actual game is actually in the movie. Like there's stuff that's being mentioned.
I don't count it as canon because it's a game, not a film. That's where I stand. If it's not a film, it's not canon to me.
Yeah, but one thing, it was written by Harold Ramis.
I don't care. It's a video game.
It's canon. It's canon. It is canon.
It's a separate continuity. I'm going to put it that way. That's how I see it.
Hang on.
Cows do that.
Do you know me? You know me and Jace can maybe go on for hours about that's not canon.
No, we're right. No, just no.
Moving on.
Yeah, we'll just remember the game really tall
Okay. AJ's movie place is here. Evening, everyone. Hey, AJ. Hope you're doing well, mate.
All right.
We have Dr. Impossible of the Counterpunch, 1984.
Best YouTube name
ever. Yeah.
I do agree. Fantastic name.
That's a band name waiting to happen, seriously.
Totally. Evening all, I see Network will be releasing newly restored Hammer films previously released by Icon in new 4K transfers, as well as Quatermass Experiment. Cool.
That sounds good.
I'm failing.
I'll probably get all of those.
You greedy bastard.
Yeah, the whole lot. Go to the shop and go like that. Yeah.
Well,
The best thing about the Hammer films is, though, I think the Hammer horror ones, I think there's only 40 to 50 movies, so you know you're going to get them all eventually. It's not as if it's like a never-ending thing, a bit like Marvel. They'll be making thousands of them for millennia to come, whereas Hammer's done and dusted, so I'm liking the fact that I can go back and get them. Some of them are quite hard to get, some of them are ridiculous, but I would like to think to have all of them. And I think I'm halfway through-ish.
In
But,
4K as well.
anyone. Yeah, I mean, anybody who's releasing and some of the Hammer films that look that good, that doing new transfers on them is fine by me. Plus, if they do a 4K movie of them, I'll be over the moon.
Cool. I know I've seen quite a few Hammer horror films, like the Dracula ones. I think there was a Rasputin one with Christopher Lee, I think.
Yeah. Rasputin the Mad Monk.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen.
Yeah.
Because they used to put them on the horror channel like on a Friday night and you used to sit and watch them. I quite like them. How many are actually released on Blu-ray now? Because I've seen the odd few on H&B. I think it's Studio Canal.
Studio Canal is probably the best ones who do them. I don't know. I keep meaning to have a count up of like how many are out. I would say out of the 40 to 50, a good 2/3 of them are out now, either here or in the States. But sometimes you'll get them just ridiculous prices, 50, 60 quid. I saw the Mummy Blu-ray in CX the other day for 52 quid, which I was like, what? But yeah, I had it and I sold it because I thought there was a better one coming along, and there wasn't. So I haven't got it anymore. I can live with it though. But yeah.
Just want to say, I've just found out Universal has been eyeing Brendan Fraser for a Mummy film.
I don't know, it's been so long since the original Mummy film, though. What was that, the 90s,
Yeah? No.
The last one was 2008, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'll
the Dragon Emperor.
Yeah, but if it's been but I would love to see another one. Or in like a TV series form with him in.
Yeah. Ooh. Have you seen any Hammer horror films, Andy?
I've only seen one. The first Dracula with Christopher Lee. That's the only one I've seen.
Yeah.
I've seen a few like Cushing horror films, and Vincent Price. Like I've seen like Vincent Price and like Pit and the Pendulum and House of Wax and stuff like that. But like the Hammer film, I've only seen one. I think it's that first Dracula with Christopher Lee. That's the only one I've seen.
Yeah, there's about 7 Dracula ones, aren't there?
Yeah, I think there is. Did you know that Christopher Lee, when he filmed Dracula, and well, Andy, you'll know that he talks quite a lot in the first movie, in about 1958, I think, it came out, and he's when he got the script for the next one coming up, he might have been contracted to play Dracula, and when he got the script, he said, that's absolute rubbish. I'm not saying any of that. So he had to do the movie, but if you watch Dracula Prince of Darkness, the next movie, he doesn't say a word in it. And to be honest, I don't think he says a word in the next 2 or 3 after that. So I think it's
the final one where he really says anything, isn't it? The Satanic Rites of Dracula?
Yeah, I think from Satanic Rites, Dracula AD 1972, and then The Scars of Dracula was when he started to talk again. But I think there's a good 3 movies where he didn't speak. He just points. That was because he really hated the bloke who wrote the scripts.
Okay.
Wow.
Is the Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires a Hammer horror?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I've not seen that, but it's one of my dad's favourite films.
Oh, it's really good.
So I've been meaning to check it out. Wasn't Christopher Lee meant to have been in that?
Yeah.
Film? Wasn't
You went and made the Dracula movie with Jess Franco in Spain. I think it was called Count Dracula, and he went over there and done he was there for a couple of years doing some movies, and he sort of couldn't do any. So they had to use this stand-in for Christopher Lee, and he's absolutely hopeless. This bloke, he's got none of the screen presence as Christopher Lee. So what they did was they just on the screen for about 5 minutes, and then it goes straight over to China. But it's brilliant. It's a brilliant movie. But it's hard to get, really hard to get.
Cool.
Yeah, I've seen no Hammer horrors. I've seen that Hammer horror all but in name, which is Horror Express, which I absolutely adore.
Yeah,
I love that movie.
Amazing film.
I've seen Carry On
So good.
Screaming, like based on. Like,
Carry On Screaming.
I think that's based on all the Hammer horror characters.
Yeah.
Carry On Screaming looks a bit like a horror movie. Actually, it's very similar in
It's
tone.
one of my favourite Carry On films.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
Right. The Viewer Drew says, which movie villain of 2021 do you like more? Snyder Cut's Steppenwolf or Saffron from No Time to Die?
I've never seen either of them.
Neither.
I prefer Steppenwolf or bloody the bloody guy from bloody Thingy. Right, because not literally Robbie Malek's character out of No Time to Die is one of the most bleakest and most dullest I've ever seen in my entire life. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore Robbie Malek's performance in Bohemian Rhapsody, but I just think he fucked it up in No Time to Die.
They didn't use him. They didn't use him, did they? As much as they should have.
You're right, Carl. He was in it, but I thought I was waiting for him to come in the movie. Then when he was in the movie, I thought, oh, he's in it now, and then he just sort of just wasn't. So I agree. It's more about James Bond than the actual villain.
Should have used him more.
He was underused very much.
I
would say Steppenwolf because of the fact that Saffron's just not into that much.
Yeah,
you see more of Steppenwolf.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
See, I've not seen No Time to Die, so I can't comment on that character. But even for me, even though Steppenwolf has a little bit more development in the Snyder Cut, I still think he's a very just nothing character to me. He kind of just there. He's just kind of like an errand boy for Doomsday, isn't he? Is it Doomsday?
Yeah.
No, wait, not
Yeah,
Doomsday.
he's like a middleman.
What the fuck am I thinking of? Shit.
Okay.
Huh? What character? I'm confused.
Okay.
That's the one, yeah. I'm getting confused. He's just an errand boy, isn't he? Steppenwolf. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like a gopher.
A whipping boy. Do this. Okay.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I give it to Steppenwolf, but I don't think either of these villains are topping any like best villains of all time. If I'm honest, they're very forgettable villains.
Yeah.
But I think Steppenwolf takes it by default. If I'm honest.
Yeah, I agree. Saffron from No Time to Die was just very plain and boring, especially compared to like Mads Mikkelsen and Javier Bardem from the other two Bond films. It just pales in comparison. Yeah. Next up, we have Old as Fuck reviewers. Yo, bros. Hope you're all good. Thanks for joining, mate.
All right.
We have Bristolian Dave here with All Right Me Babbers. Thanks for joining, Dave.
Brilliant.
Hi,
Dave says 11 people watching and only 6 likes. Hit that like button, people. Thanks ever so much for saying that, Dave.
Yes.
We've got Media Collector Madness here. Hi, guys. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, Sean.
Hello.
Hey, Sean. Korishia Ichi says, I am seriously watching Lady Gaga, the Monster Ball Tour concert, as I love her role in A Star Is Born. Cool.
She's a great actress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's good for what she is. Yeah.
I really want to see her in that House of Gucci. That looks like that's going to be a really good film.
Oh, you're in it with her, Pete, so...
Wait, what?
You're in it
Oh,
with
yeah,
her.
Adam Driver, yeah.
Forgot about that, didn't you?
Oh, look, there's Alfie. We have Dr. Impossible again. The only thing with Lynch, the only individual who understands the subtext of the narrative is David Lynch. The viewer tries to connect the dots.
Yeah. I'm sure David Lynch has come out and says he doesn't really know what that movie's about either. I don't think he needs to explain it. Well, I think it's unexplainable. Even if he explained it, I still don't think it would make sense. It's just so odd.
Just give it to the poor dog, you mean person.
I haven't got nothing. I haven't got nothing.
Well, you've got something because he keeps jumping on you. What you got? You've got a treat or something, haven't you?
Bog. Bog. You can bark, you know. He's just trying to. Bog. There you go. That's all I wanted.
Hey. Right. The View with Drew says my top 5 movies of the year are Shang-Chi, The Suicide Squad, No Time to Die, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and Dune. Good list, mate. What about you? Your top 5 films of the year so far? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Top 5. Dune. Last Night in Soho. Ghostbusters Afterlife. Probably Judas and the Black Messiah. I can't really think of a 5th one. No, nothing's coming to me.
No.
So they'll be my top 4. Maybe Shang-Chi. Yeah.
That film's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
What about you, Ryan?
Right. My top 5 movies are 2021 is Ghostbusters Afterlife, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Last Night in Soho. What else? I need two. Do I need two more? Yeah. Oh,
Three.
Three. Oh. No, I said Ghostbusters.
Oh.
Last Night in Soho, right?
Yeah.
I also said Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, so I need two.
Oh, two and fair enough, yeah.
I'm going to say Malignant.
Mm.
And Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah. Good picks.
What
about you, John?
I would say number 1, Shang-Chi. Number 2 is June. Number 3 is No Time to Die. Number 4 is Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I think that the 2 ones I want to say is Malignant and Last Night in Soho. I want to get them 2 watched, so they'll probably be in the top 5 somewhere. But I've missed them at the cinema, so I'll pick them up on physical. So, but really interested to see those 2.
Yeah, they're both fantastic films.
Oh yeah, I've heard some great stuff about it.
What about you, Carl?
Number 1, Quiet Place 2.
Yeah.
Number 2, probably Ghostbusters Afterlife. Number 3, No Time to Die. Well, I need 2 more. I'll probably go. Actually, I'll put Shang-Chi. Number 1, Quiet Place 2. Number 2, Shang-Chi. Number 3, No Time to Die. Number 4, Free Guy. And I'm going to stick Ghostbusters. Have I said Ghostbusters? I'm all getting confused now. Let's do this right. Number 1. Number 1 is Quiet Place 2. Number 2, Ghostbusters Afterlife. Number 3, Shang-Chi. Number 4, No Time to Die. Number 5, Free Guy. Yeah!
Hey,
you got it.
Done it.
Right. What about you, Jason? So,
I'm going to send 3 new films. I'll probably go Ghostbusters Afterlife, Malignant, and then Cruella.
I don't feel like I pick 5, but I'll give it a go. So, from the top of my head, 5 would be number 1, Malignant. Number 2, Ghostbusters Afterlife. Number 3, Last Night in Soho. Number 4, Cruella. And 5, probably Godzilla vs. Kong. It's got to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, good mix.
Cruella's a good movie.
Actually, yeah, I forgot all about that
Yeah,
one.
biggest surprise of the year for me, Cruella.
Yeah, Cruella was such a surprise for me as well. Yeah. So good.
Yeah.
I really want to see Last Night in Soho. Everyone keeps saying the film was made for me. So.
I mean, you're into like vintage, like fashion and music and stuff, and it's basically like a 60s noir film. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. For me, it'll probably be Malignant, A Quiet Place, Cruella, June, and my favourite film of the year, Halloween Kills. Oh wait, no, Last Night in Soho.
We don't even mention Halloween Kills. Let's not go there.
Yes,
Halloween Kills was the biggest appointment of the year.
It was.
So
No.
I really enjoyed it. Back to back. I was really excited, but then it's
all that film is all what that film is about is evil dies tonight. That's all what it says. Evil dies tonight. That's all they say.
And it doesn't die. Spoilers.
And you got that same thing, haven't you, where he's lying on the floor and you got that bat in your hands. Without giving anything away, there's probably a lot of people watching that hasn't seen it.
See, the thing is, that's not really a spoiler because it's actually on the poster.
Well, yeah.
Finish
it off.
It's
great if you got killed, though, wouldn't it? Jason.
Take the head off or something.
Michael Myers got killed in the second one. Be brilliant.
Yeah.
There's like I could talk about that film for ages because there's so many problems that I noticed watching it that just break the film. There's so many plot narrative breaking moments in that film, mate. It's just I can't believe how bad that came across to me. Like it's just disappointing compared to. I know there's not a lot of fans of 2018, but I really enjoyed 2018.
I like 2018.
It had a good jumping off point, and they fucked it up.
It was so. It was the way they finished H2O was so clever because it didn't. Halloween didn't have to come back. They could have just ended it there, where he got decapitated and that, and then you bring back the 2018 version. You think, how the blooming hell they're going to bring him back from his head being off, basically, and it's just so clever the way that was actually done. And trouble with
the sequel.
Yeah, and trouble with Halloween Kills.
What they call it, retcon, is it?
Yeah, they retcon.
Yeah. And Halloween Kills, they just gave away too much of the kills, didn't they, in the trailer?
Yeah, they pretty much told you, like, you can literally watch that trailer and you've got every beat of the movie.
Yeah.
Literally every beat of the film is in that trailer.
Totally agree.
The firefighters.
They really, like, the film could have been a really good film if they just not focused on how Michael got out of this. That's the thing. Like, that's what they're not know. So basically, we already know the film.
Yeah.
So basically, they just follow the whole film. They'll probably do it again in the next trailer when Halloween End comes out next year.
Well, I don't think it'll be the end though. They'll be like, oh, it ends.
And then the fourth one, you'd be like, Halloween never ends. And then be like,
That's a good title.
But like this, Halloween Ends is supposed to take place 5 years after Halloween Ends, isn't it? Or Halloween Kills, should I say?
I don't understand that.
I think if they were focusing on a trilogy, it should have the whole trilogy should have been on one night. I think it would have done really that would have worked for continuity's sake.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were going to do. But when they said like 5 years into the future, I'm like, really?
And they're bringing COVID into it.
Yeah, that loses me completely.
Yeah.
I think the best thing about Halloween Kills was the mask from the season of the Witch. In that movie. I didn't bother reviewing it because I didn't want to slag it off. Really, I mean,
I'll still go do that review anyway. So all I'm going to say is like all the bad points, and it's going to be a thriller review. So
the irony here is that I'm probably going to buy it still.
We will, won't we? We will.
I'm a completionist. I have to have the whole franchise.
You do, yeah. Totally agree.
Collector's problem.
I'm going to go into it, but I'm going to go in it with zero expectations, and sometimes when I do that, I have a good time in the movie.
It wasn't a bad movie. I mean, you did get... Depends what way you approach it, really. Go into it, like you said, John, and then,
Nothing worse when you expect something to be good and it's not, which is what I think people thought of when they first went to the pictures to see it.
Yeah.
Going in thinking, it's going to be a brilliant movie. This, because of Halloween 2018, was pretty decent. And then it was, I didn't go to the picture to see it because my wife wouldn't go and see it. So literally I had no way of seeing it until it came out in physical. So I've tried to keep away from reviews and also the trailers. But I've heard enough about it that I've got to have no expectations for the movie. And I probably will enjoy it to a certain extent.
Screen Factory's releasing what they released this year. They're doing the others next year.
Really?
H2O onwards, yeah.
I didn't know that. I only thought they were going to stop at 5.
Yeah, they could carry on.
I missed out on those 4Ks because I was like, I've got the Midnight Classics box set. That's what I need.
Yeah.
But then I saw Alan Scouser do his unboxing. I was like, oh shit! Now I want these now. And I was too late.
Amazing.
They're beautiful.
Right. Bristolian Dave says Criterions are too expensive for my taste. Unless I find them in a charity shop, then I'll snap them right up.
Why?
That's true.
Yeah.
That just says price is a big factor in new content, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, everyone's going to find a different kind of value in a price point for something.
The thing is with a Criterion, though, even though they're expensive, if you saw one cheap, buy it because you know it would be the best version of that film you can see on Blu-ray without a shadow of a doubt. So it's good in that respect. You know you're never going to get a bum release from Criterion, unfortunately. You don't want to get one on release because you will be paying at least 18 quid. Wow.
Because
I don't know how people can have a full collection of Criterions. It's just mind-blowing amount of money that must have cost.
So I'm just saying, like with the Arrow releases, they're about like £15 a pop, and while 88 films are only like 10 quid, which is like reasonable price. Right?
Yeah,
so like,
probably the best ones out there now.
And I think 101 is basically just, I would say, crap. There's not really interesting stuff, but like I would say 88 is pretty good because like it was the only way you would have got Mystery Men. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like because I thought, well, now I've got to get a Blu-ray release and I've got it upstairs. So I'm upstairs. But I would say with Criterion, I think they need to start lowering the prices for the stuff because I think they're just ridiculous. Like nobody's gonna like literally buy like a Criterion for like 20 odd quid. Like no way. That's why I think I would say for Criterion, I think they should start having sales, trying to get rid of stock, that kind of stuff. Like do what Arrow does, like do an Arrow sale, like as HMV, that kind of stuff. Sell them for like $2 for $50. That means they'll be making a whole lot of money there. So people will be buying
They do the sales in America, don't they? But it never seems to come over here. Now they're 50% off in Barnes and Noble, whatever that means.
I think we just get 20% off here, don't we, on the Criterions?
I think Barnes and Noble is an actual store.
Right.
It's kind. I think it's similar to what it's similar to what Waterstones is here. I think.
It's
like a book and kind of media shop.
But like while Waterstones is just a bookshop, like what it is, they don't sell like media stuff.
Yeah.
They sell like board games and stuff.
Coming back to Criterion quickly, John, you've got the Showa collection, right?
What's that one, sorry?
You have the Godzilla Showa collection, Criterion.
Yeah.
Don't you? Do you think that could have been cheaper? It came out at £150 on release.
Yes, I do. And it's funny because I do think that all the Criterions could have been cheaper, but the only thing you've got to factor in with the Godzilla box set was the fact that I don't know how Criterion got the rights to do that. They must have shelled out some cash with Toho to do that, because I think that's where your money's went. And I don't think that people who take the thing on the chin, they say, right, we've paid big bucks for this, so you're going to pay big bucks for that. And I mean, it's a spectacular set, but it is quite...
It's niche, isn't it? It's super niche.
It is, and it's crazy because you can't really, have it in your shelves at all. You can't. Mine's in a cupboard, but your things like yours is like put into different cases.
Yeah.
So that's the only way you can have them at hand. So it's not very, collector friendly, user friendly. But I do think it could have been cheaper. But then again, how did Criterion get them rights sorted?
I'm really surprised. I've always been surprised they didn't go the Arrow route, where Arrow put out a collector's set, and then they brought out the regular edition sets, the Gamma.
Yeah.
It baffles me that Criterion didn't go the same route because it.
Well, I always heard that they were going to do that, but it just never happened.
Yeah,
they were going to bring out a standard version, but it's still where it is.
Yeah.
I was in CEX recently, and I had one behind the shelves, and it was the sticker was on the front. And I know your views on stickers, Jason. that top sticker, I don't know what glue they use for that. It must be something you could stick that inside of a space rocket and send it to the moon, and it'd still be on there when it got there. So I felt like saying to the bloke, are you joking to have that thing on there? Because somebody would get that home and it would ruin that cover.
I sent
Especially
an
because it's
angry
quite a
email.
soft, touchy one, isn't it?
Yeah, I sent an angry email to CEOs.
Yeah, I remember.
About it, and they were like, they said something about that our team will look into it. I'm just like, no, you won't. You're just telling me what I want to hear.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Got
Okay,
2 for 25.
Awesome.
Ooh,
Okay, cool.
Not bad.
that's too bad.
Oh,
2 criterions for 25 HMB.
Should be two. It should be 2 for 15. That's what it should be. I wouldn't pay 2 for 25.
I used to do 2 for 20, which I thought was really good.
Yeah, 2 for 20 ain't bad. But 2 for
all right,
25's a bit.
15 each,
Yeah.
yeah.
Don't get us wrong, all the ones I've got by them, I know I really enjoy them. I think they just look spectacular. But still, it's a big money pit to get into. There's no way on earth I could ever complete the collection with them. It would destroy, all my finances would be going into that. And I'd have
Like
to
some of
probably,
them 4Ks I own. I mean,
yeah,
when you complete them, I've got the Harry Potter one up there. That's £99.
I know.
It's too much.
The thing is about these big box sets, though, they always come down in price, don't they? You've got to wait and hope they don't go out of print. But the 4K box sets, you can usually get with a steal eventually, unless they go out of print. So if you want the stuff you've got, it's a bit of a tightrope, isn't it? Do you jump or not?
Yeah, I mean, what we got? We got Ghostbusters Afterlife Special Edition coming from Zavvi, 120 quid.
Wait,
that's
what?
crazy.
Wait, what?
That's crazy.
And
Isn't it?
there's no pictures or there's no details what's included in that.
On the HMV website.
120 quid. Whoa.
And when you scroll down for like details, it doesn't tell you anything. There's no pictures, no details.
Yeah,
No.
See, the problem is there as well is like, you know, as much as we complain about prices for stuff, like certain collectors are part of the problem, because I know for a fact there'll be collectors that won't see any information below the pre-order anyway.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem. That's why these companies can abuse collectors like us, because they're like, well, they'll just pay it. We can put whatever fucking markup we want and they'll pay it.
It's like the Ghostbusters Afterlife Savvy Steelbook. Now that is a gorgeous steelbook with the Ecto 1 on there.
Yeah,
And you know, I was going to pre-order it, but I decided to hold off and not pre-order it. It's sold out completely now. But what's the point in having one steelbook and then you've got the other two on normal 4Ks and stuff? You know, it's not going to match, is it? I've done that so many times behind me where I've got steelbooks on some films and the rest of the complete sets are not standard normal cover. It's just really frustrating. That's the one,
Oh, that's a nice steelbook.
Nice.
You know, it's
but again, I think steelbooks are quite expensive.
Yeah.
Right. Stolian Dave also says, do any of you import Blu-rays and 4Ks from other countries? If you do, what are the best places to get them from?
The movie course from the States, because obviously you're getting that free postage. I wouldn't say Amazon, because I pre-ordered the steelbook of Scream in 4K. I had that pre-ordered for months, and they emailed me on just before the day of release and saying there's been a massive delay in shipping that one out. It's highly unlikely you're going to get it. Basically telling me to cancel and claim a refund, basically. So I probably wouldn't suggest Amazon, because you can go to Amazon and order from the States or wherever. There is one movie I want to get. It's in Australia at the moment. Yeah, come to me in a minute. No, I just lost it. I'll think of it in a minute. But yeah, carry on.
I'm going to recommend. This is I don't import from America because I don't have any means to play American Blu-rays. But when it comes to finding films on region B that aren't available in the UK, I highly recommend Amazon Germany and Amazon Italy.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
Like labels like Midnight Classics, you can get films like Sliver in a really nice collector set on region B, which is like really awesome. So if you're looking for region B stuff that you can't, or films that you can't get in the UK, Amazon Germany and Amazon Italy are the places to go for that. And the shipping's really cheap, like £3 for shipping. It's like really, really, really good.
Yeah. It's like I'm saying, because like if you're looking for like a copy of, let me say, for John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, you can't get over here. It's like the rarest thing you can find. And luckily that the US have it, but I'm not paying like 15 quid just to get it sent over here. But really, I found a German release of it on Amazon. Luckily, Amazon is sending it over, and I got it within like a couple of days. So, Mason for 10 quid with free delivery and free international delivery as well.
That's like with Brian. You found like 13 ghosts, didn't you? For like £3.
It's £3 odd, but it was only like £1 odd postage, so it was better than anything.
I'm really excited to have that.
Because 13 ghosts, if you're trying to get a copy of that over here, that goes for ridiculous money.
It's because it's out of print now, I think.
Yeah, it is, because like it's normally like 15 quid. Like over here, CX sells it, but other sellers will sell it for like 20 odd quid or like around that kind of price, because as it is, so if it is out of print. So luckily, I found a copy of 13 Ghosts for you. And there's many other films, like I would say, what else hasn't got a Blu-ray release over here? Like on
the one I'm after is Double Jeopardy, the Australian version on Blu-ray. You can't get it over here, but you can get it in Australia. But they want it's nearly £28 postage.
Postage is the bad thing for Australia. It's just a killer.
Double Jeopardy was a film I recommended to you. It's actually a really good film.
Oh, yeah. Is that with Tommy Lee Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that back in the day.
No,
That's a movie that should be out cheap over here. It should be £5 from
the other one I'm trying to get. What Lies Beneath?
Oh yeah.
Can't get
I've got that on DVD. Didn't realise you couldn't get a Blu-ray of that. Didn't realise that at all.
I saw that at the cinema. It was a good watch at the cinema actually. Yeah.
It's funny, like it's crazy when you think about it. Like films that I don't understand why we don't have a release in the UK, like the Critters franchise.
Yeah.
You know, I had to go to Amazon in Spain to get my Blu-rays. You know, or obviously you got the Scream Factory set in America. But that Critters franchise is ripe for an Arrow box set. I don't understand it. It's perfect for an Arrow release.
You're right. Yeah, it should be over here.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's films that were made in the UK that we haven't even got a Blu-ray release over here.
Oh no. Yeah, you're right.
And yet we get the Emoji Movie on 4K.
Like where the fuck is this Dog Soldiers we meant to be getting? That should have been out on Blu-ray years ago, right? But that's the English movie we haven't gotten a Blu-ray release. There's that Second Sight release coming out, but there's been no information on it. Because I'll be jumping on that as soon as that comes out.
I think the thing is, these days, sometimes you hear about a movie years before it gets like leaked, or this is coming out, and it seems to take forever. Because before the whole social media thing, you would just go into the shop and it would be there, and you wouldn't really know it was coming. It would just be on the shelf. So you think, oh wow, but you wouldn't have the whole 2 or 3 years of saying, when is this movie going to come out? Because nobody had any heads up ever.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a bit like trailers and all that. You never used to see a trailer. If you saw it, it was always put on late at night on the TV. So you never saw nothing. So every time you went to the cinema, you were literally seeing, say when you went to see the likes of, big movies, I'm not going to say like Halloween, but in that type of ilk, you wouldn't have a clue what they were. Like The Thing, we all went to the cinema to see The Thing, and not one of us had the first idea what it was about.
I kind of miss that.
It's just nuts to think. It's great that you would like to think you would have that. You'd never have that again. That experience, like say if the Ghostbusters Afterlife came out and it had zero anything, and you went there literally as a person not knowing anything about it, it would be great.
Yeah,
big shame.
I was quite thankful to go into Afterlife as blind as possible.
I'd seen a couple trailers. I avoided all reviews.
Yeah, it's like I review dodged as much as possible for Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Some of the most fun I've had in cinema.
Oh, it was brilliant.
Yeah. It's going to be the same with like Spider-Man No Way Home, with all the spoilers and that and trailers you want to avoid.
Yeah, because like I didn't want that scared. I didn't want that spoiled for me. If someone spoils it, I would literally be going on a rampage trying to find out who it is.
Yep. Neo says thought it was John Lennon and Yoko for a minute. I'm confused. Media Collector Madness says Chained was a good Jet Li movie. Bob Hoskins was good in it.
Chained.
I remember hearing that one.
Unleashed over here. Wasn't that called Unleashed? Because once wasn't Jet Li a slave in that movie? And he would like
Yeah, it was called Unleashed over here.
Yeah.
Was he like chained on the cover or something like that? I just recognised of him being a movie called Chained, or it was about chains.
It's called Unleashed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think that film's called Danny the Dog in some territories.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Because that's what he's called in the film. It's called Jet Li's character's called Danny the Dog.
Oh, okay.
And in some territories, that's what the film's called. But I swear it's called Unleashed over here. I could be wrong.
It is.
Yeah, I remember it being pretty good.
Ooh. I have to look out for that one. Dr. Impossible says most of the Criterions I have are on DVD, except for certain very specific films on Blu-ray due to the cost of importing them and price. I didn't even know Criterions did DVDs.
Yeah,
they used to release DVDs all the time, and the DVDs were expensive as well.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't cheap.
I've
They were
got
always more expensive than other DVDs, put it that way.
I've got the Godzilla 1954 Criterion DVD.
Yeah.
No surprise.
Oh, what surprise! Yeah,
Yeah. Frag says, good evening, guys. Good evening, Frag. Thanks for joining me. This dude, Quack. Howdy. Fair enough. We do have Dr. Impossible again, and he says, has John seen Dracula 1979, directed by Saturday Night Fever, John Badman? I would put Frank Langelia's performance pretty close to Lee's.
Yeah, I have, and I would agree. I would agree with that. Yeah. It's a decent movie.
Yeah.
He's got that kind of like Count thing about him, you know, like how Christopher Lee's got that sort of air of regency about him, which, you know, and say that Bela Lugosi's got that as well, the way he's dressed and his cape and stuff. But Frank Langella, he does look like that as well. He's got that kind of air about him. So yeah, I would say it's a decent movie.
Yeah.
I think it was a TV movie, if I'm honest. Could have been.
I know I watched a Dracula documentary when they showed that BBC Dracula TV series a while ago, and they were talking about this one, and it did look quite good.
I like the BBC series, apart from the last episode.
I watched a video recently of from Cinemassacre, the channel Cinemassacre YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And James Rolfe, he was doing a video about which Dracula movie or TV movie is the most faithful to the Bram Stoker book, and he actually broke it down from like all the different things, in what happens in the book, all that, and he basically broke it down and said the BBC TV thing is the most faithful to the book.
Yeah,
which is quite interesting.
It was a good TV series. I didn't like how it ended.
But it ended the way the book ended, so you won't like the book then.
Has anybody seen Dracula Dead and Loving It?
What?
It was a Mel Brooks film.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen's Van Helsing, I think. There's a bit in it where they're driving the stake through somebody's heart, and the breathe the stake in, and the blood's just coming out like a fountain, and it just won't stop. And the bloke's going, "You're kidding, aren't you?" Because he can't get this. Every time he whacks it, he's like, like proper Evil Dead sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The movie's not great, but it's got some funny bits in it, man.
Yeah. Matt Harwood says Criterions are on the 2 for $25 at HMV at the moment. Yeah. I gather the Irishman isn't on it, like the £25 ones aren't. It's more the $17.99 ones, aren't they?
I think there's a different version of that one out, but it hasn't got that sort. You know how that card booklet stuff with it. I think it's just come out in a regular Amaray case, so it might be at that price. Because I remember Roma was ultra expensive, and that was just down to the fact of the booklet that come in. It was just like massive booklet, and I think that's what bumped the price up on it. So God knows what it was. I got it cheap on eBay, actually, weirdly enough.
It's $25.99 Criterion, but you get 20% off using the 20% code.
All right.
Yeah, because it's Black Friday. Most of the Blu-rays and 4Ks are 20% off, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'll have to look on that.
You can get Criterion DVD 2 for $25.
Oh, it's not too bad. Frag Damon says the glue they use in CEX are made from crushed up cockroach skins. The only things that can survive an atom bomb blast.
Don't even get me started on those.
It's just it's just ridiculous.
The thing is, they never used to be that bad. So they must have changed the adhesive or where they get the stickers from.
You're right, Jason. You're completely right, because I used to be able to get them off quite easily, and now you know for a fact you'll never get that top sticker off.
The fact that they put them on cardboard packaging fucking winds me up so much.
I can't get off my Suicide Squad.
Sometimes it works if you get sellotape. When you've got that gluey crap on there, get the put some sellotape on and keep doing that, and it does come off eventually. But no one.
It's just ridiculous.
That's why they throw the slip covers away as well sometimes as well.
I've got some wipes over here to try and get this stuff off if I can get them.
Sometimes, sometimes I've come across a movie that I want, and they'll have two copies in series. There'll be one copy of the slip cover with the stickers on the slip cover, and there'll be the regular one with no slip cover. Sometimes I just buy the regular one with no slip. So I know for a fact, if I buy the one with the slip that looks nicer, it's going to be ruined by the stickers.
So this thing here, you're supposed to, it's a bit like a sort of wet wipe. And when you put it on, I haven't tried it yet, because the one I got, the Gentleman, the sticky stuff on that is literally, you can't get it off. And that's just on the case. It's not even on the slip cover or anything. So I'm going to have a go with it at that and see if it gets it off. Fingers crossed.
Crazy.
We have Cobra Viper 999 here. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining, Cobra.
Cobra, whatever you want.
We have Blu-ray Collector here. Hi all.
Hi Gary.
Hey Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Phil 4K Baker's here. What Lies Beneath is a new US release.
Awesome. It's not a bad film, that actually.
We also have the DVD from Film Bloke. Hi, I didn't realise you were live. Thanks for joining though, mate.
All right.
He has the Critters DVD set and he's fine with that set. Speaking of imports, I finally did watch In the Mouth of Madness last night. It was very good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Phil 4K Baker says, and it's highly likely Double Jeopardy is going to be on Paramount Presents in USA.
Okay.
Yeah, DVD.
Bless you.
Right. Dr. Impossible says Critters with the original UK VHS rental art would have been nice, possibly as a separate steelbook release.
Don't make my dreams up, please. I've got thousands of possibilities of artwork they can use for an awesome steelbook for Critters.
And then they just crush your dreams.
Don't crush the steelbook, please. I want it.
I'll run it over.
You're so mean.
We'll send that. I didn't draw the comic.
You quite like Critters, don't you?
I fell asleep during Critters too, but I was really tired. And we got Steve.
I think we've got 3 to watch. still on the third
Can
one.
you see definitely?
Yeah, I've never seen it before.
I've got a big soft spot for 3.
No, I'm on 4 actually. I think Critters 4.
4's not good.
No.
Wasn't there a TV series, The New Binge or something?
Oh yeah, there's a Shudder TV show.
Ah.
It's pretty much an 80-minute movie cut into 10 episodes. Pretty much.
Cool.
It's okay. It's very different to what Critters was before it, but it's alright. It's a good laugh.
I liked Critters more than Gremlins.
Yeah, so do I.
Like Gremlins is still great, but I just prefer Critters. I have to say that otherwise I
You can fix it.
I'm a child.
Steve is here.
Hey.
That's my class.
This little family we've got.
How's his teeth? Are his teeth still holding out?
Yeah, some of them falling out. I had to glue them back in because they're quite fragile.
This is our child.
What a lovely family picture together. DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, old VHS covers are fantastic.
Yeah, they were.
Frags says, Danny the Dog was the US title.
I see. I knew I was right somewhere. So.
Yeah. Cobra says, Kiss of the Dragon is a good Jet Li film.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, Criterion were set in the 80s and released laser discs, later DVDs and Blu-rays. Criterion came to the UK only a few years ago.
That's right.
Because aren't they getting into 4Ks now? I've heard rumours about it.
Yeah, there's a few coming out at Christmas time. I think Citizen Kane may be out already, although they've had problems with the disc. But I think it's the Blu-ray they've had a disc with problems, so they've recalled them. I don't know what the issue is. I would like to see it, but God knows how much it would cost.
Yeah.
You know, it would
Probably
cost,
be 40 quid.
more than any 4K we've got over here.
Yeah.
What's that? If Criterion did 4Ks.
Yeah.
But I think those Blue Underground 4Ks are expensive.
Yeah, they are. But the thing with the them ones is that, all right, you might pay 40 quid for it, but you know you're going to get the Blu-ray lenticular case, you know, on first release. You're going to get a lot of special stuff with it, whereas the 4K from Criterion could just be a case of the movie and a booklet, and if that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of wow. I know you're paying for what they're doing to the movie, but still, I think it's just. Well, I think they'll just think of a price and slap £10 on it and say that's the price. And as you say, collectors will go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, like, I'm going to be part of the problem. If Criterion put out that Heisei era, you know I'm going to be first day buy, right?
Yeah, definitely.
DVD and Film Bloke also says, interestingly, I found a clip from Tomorrow's World from the 90s about Criterion Laserdiscs. At the end, they said due to legal issues, they won't be coming out in the UK. Cool.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Cobra says, deep cover is worth picking up in the Criterion sale. I'll have to have a look online, see what titles are available. Yeah.
I think there might be a couple of maybe, not a massive one, massive lot.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I know Arrow was set up in the 90s and started in the VHS era. Arrow Video and the Arrow we know today was set up in 2010. I have an old Arrow DVD of Fritz the cat and it has a shite transfer.
Yeah, I had a few Arrow like DVDs I didn't even know because I had a different logo. The logo was like an arrow, and I looked back on it and I thought, oh, that's an Arrow thing. And you always thought of, I think the first one I ever saw in the shops was City of the Living Dead on a Blu-ray. It was $17.99, and I went, it was the white box version. I thought, I've got to get this because I've never seen this available uncut in the UK. In that spectacular thing with all the stuff, and it's like a revelation. That was 2010. So they really come into their own then, and I think they really got to know what the collectors wanted. The price $17.99 wasn't that bad for what you got. You got a stack of stuff for it, you know. So they were always, and they always said when they first come out, they said, we will not make you double dip on anything. Well, they're a little bit proved themselves wrong now, haven't they?
Yeah.
Are they? I swear they've re-released Battle Royale about 8 times.
Oh, I know.
Probably.
I swear. Am I right in guessing the 4K Battle Royale has now come out as a standalone, just 4K on Arrow?
I don't know if it's come out yet, but it will be.
Yeah.
You can rest assured that that's it without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
The only problem with that set, it was only the first film in 4K, weren't it? It was all the rest were Blu-rays.
I think they're kind of cheating you as well, because with Children of the Corn, you thought, oh, brilliant, these are all coming out in 4K, had a big price tag on it. And then you thought, hang on, I'm just getting one movie in 4K, the rest are just Blu-rays. And then you're getting a bit of packaging. And then you're starting, what was it 60 quid? Wasn't anywhere near that.
I think the original pre-order price was 70, but I think they must have reduced it when they got a bit of backlash.
It's far too much.
Yeah.
I think they're just being, you can see when companies are being greedy, and I do think that Arrow are being greedy. You can tell when Criterion's being greedy when they put out something with a bit extra bookage in it, and they put an extra 10 or 20 quid in it, and you think, it's not worth it.
I have a question. I know we're talking about prices and labels and for ages, but there was that uproar about the Guest on Second Sight being too expensive as well, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Being 50 quid rather than their usual 25 quid.
Mind you, I picked it up the other day, and it's like picking a brick up. That's the heaviest thing I've ever picked up.
Wow. I guess it's great though. It's a great movie.
Is it worth 50 quid though? That's the thing.
I would say no, but
yeah.
Still great.
Frags Gaming says, if you can find it, there's a product called Glue Gone that removes nearly all stickers depending on how long it's been on for, though.
Yeah, I've seen that online. Yeah. I would have got some, but I've got this thing here. I'm going to try it out, and if it's any good, I don't know where you get them from. But it might work. I think it's for taking, like sticky plasters off. If you've got like a really bad sticky plaster, and it when you take it off, it like pulls the skin off, and also you've got black marks all over the place. I think it's for getting rid of that.
They're getting so expensive now, CEX as well.
Oh yeah, CEX is ridiculous now.
This is my problem. I've got an £89 voucher for CEX.
I'm just nipping the toilet, if you don't mind.
And you know, you see a movie in there for £7, but you can buy it in HMV or Amazon cheaper. You sort of tend to go there and buy it cheaper as opposed to using your vouchers. Strange one. But they are getting pricey.
Especially if you're into video games, the prices for them are astounding. Especially if you want a PS5, like 600 or 700 quid.
Yeah, that's right. I tried to get the Village on PS4, and it's 50 quid in CEX, 50 quid in game. I mean, CEX is second hand. I don't understand how they can charge 50 quid.
I know, it's so stupid.
I'm in a predicament where, like, because I'm unemployed at the moment, my money's quite tight. So sometimes I rely on selling stuff to CEX to get money to buy new things that I want.
Yeah.
So I have no choice but to like buy stuff with the awful stickers on, because that's the only way I can afford stuff.
Yeah.
Another thing is the reprinted covers.
Don't even get me started.
How they can do that legally, I don't know.
It's disgusting. I went into CEX a couple of months ago. They had it was a very expensive game. It was like 75 quid, and the cover was reprinted. It's such a joke.
Reprinted covers, my God.
I would have demanded half the price.
They shouldn't be sold at full price. They should be like really reduced.
Because in theory, you're getting a disc only, essentially, right?
Yeah.
You're not getting the full release. You're getting just a disc in a cheap ass fucking case.
Yeah. It's a massive rip off that.
I've seen it even worse. I've seen it in CX where they've got a 4K release with a printed cover in a DVD case.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, no.
Yeah.
Dreadful.
But it's the same price, though. That's what gets me. It's not as if it's like for £1. It's actually the same price as the one next to it. There's probably the proper edition.
Mm-hmm.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah.
Joke. Yep.
But
Rob says Resident Evil is out on the 3rd of December. What are your thoughts of it?
Yeah,
the trailer looks awful. But one of my favourite YouTubers, like bigger YouTubers at the moment, is called Cody Leach. And he's just done a review. And he said he's actually okay. It's not terrible. So he's put a bit more faith in me a little bit. So hopefully it might actually be enjoyable.
Yeah, I know a few people on a Resident Evil Facebook group, and they're all in America, and the film came out today, and a lot of them said it's not too bad. It's a pretty fun time. So hopefully it's not too bad.
It looks pretty decent.
The trailer wasn't very good, but hopefully the final product will be.
No.
But again, it's just released out of nowhere.
Yeah. I reckon it's like a copyright thing, like, you know, so they can hold on to the rights, maybe.
Lee says he thinks it'll be shit. Rob says Rob makes the best Critters release.
He does.
Rob Busters.
Yeah. He would if I ever got my TV cut of Critters 2, Rob. Come on, man.
Still waiting. I've still got a few waiting from Rob. He's probably
Lee says, that you never receive.
Yeah, he's on the ball there.
Dr. Impossible also says Critters probably won't get a release on Arrow as it's a Warner title. Warner is rather peculiar about sub-licensing to other parties, similar to Paramount.
That's a good point, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I keep forgetting, because Critters is a New Line Cinema film, and they're owned by Warner, aren't they?
That's like you showed me earlier. It's a new...
Oh, yeah.
Well, considering most of its line is Warner Brothers titles, what about Critters 1 on the H&V premiums?
Yeah.
Maybe. The thing is, I look at premium collection, and I don't know. I've got this certain. I can kind of I know what kind of films will come out. If that makes sense. I've already got an idea, and Critters doesn't match. Critters doesn't match that view of that later. You know what I mean?
Thing is, though, if it is a Warner title, why don't Warner just release it over here and have done with it? You know, it's not as if it's like they don't release anything over here. Same with Paramount. I just don't understand why they seem to. It's as if a bit like Toho, Jason. You know, when they keep things to their grip and stuff, and you think, well, can't we just release them across the world and we'll benefit from it? But they don't like doing that. They don't even put them out, do they? They keep them.
Yeah, it feels like they're leaving money on the table. You know. Speaking of Warner, though, like I just remembered, Titans of Cult are doing all the titles now. So can you imagine a Critters Titans of Cult? That'd be amazing.
That would be just nuts. That
Yeah,
it'd be the release of the century.
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
You get a little badge out of it.
Yeah, little critter ball
Yeah.
badge. Be amazing.
Steve approves.
It would actually.
Steve just gave me the thumbs up. He's like, "Yeah, get in."
Cobra says lighter fluid is good for removing sticker residue on a small drop of cloth and wipes straight off.
Yeah, just don't light a match.
Don't smoke while you're doing it.
Rob says Critters New Binge and Critters 2 Uncut are the only available through the Bounty.
I know, and I haven't got my copy of Critters 2 TV cut yet. Damn it!
I've got Evil Dead 2 Mexican cut as well.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Mm.
I had a look at the sort of differences between them two cuts, and there is quite a lot of differences.
Yeah,
Not as if it's just a couple of seconds here and there. It's quite a lengthy thing, which I'd love to see come out sometime, because I hadn't heard of it till you mentioned it actually, Ryan. And I thought, wow. It's a bit like Army of Darkness that come out in about 3 different cuts, and you could never get the longer cut over here apart from in a bootleg. So I'd love to see that Evil Dead 2, like the proper that one.
It's like I found it like I was basically like scrolling through like because me and Pete was going to watch Evil Dead anyway, but we didn't end up watching it. We ended up watching Chainsaw Massacre. So I discovered Evil Dead 2 Mexican code which was play that was on a Mexico that hasn't been released before. It's like because it's normally like the second one's normally an hour and 20 odd minutes, but what I saw from this, it's actually an hour and 36 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
So there must be new footage that hasn't been revealed, and now must have been. Look, I just wanted to find it for some reason. I haven't watched it yet.
You can see a comparison online. You can get like screenshots from like the bits that are the extra bits, and when you're looking at it, you're seeing like pictures that you've never seen before, or little effects that you've never seen before. So that would be dead interesting to see that.
Because I would also say, because like, have you ever heard of what was it? I was watching because Arrow released a film. There's actually another film, but it's like totally different. It's going to be William Peter Blatty's original vision of the film that he was going to do, and you literally get that other cut of the film, and literally half of it would have been recorded on VHS.
Yeah,
so this was like proper VHS quality, and it wasn't because like due to the film being the rest of his film was lost. It wasn't really being put on film, so really it would be the only like chance you're going to get it on. So probably Arrow put it all together and made the new cut that we got to do.
Yep. DVD from Film Bloke says he really wants that Critters puppet.
You can't have it, Steve, I tried.
This quote, they've got weapons, so what? Gunshot, fuck. Love that quote.
That's the best moment in that film.
That's so good.
So good.
We've got AK Movies here. Evening, guys. How are you doing, guys? Thanks for joining, AK.
Hey.
Cobra says, how's the second part of the Masters of the Universe show going? Is it still garbage? I heard a lot of people didn't like that new reboot of the franchise.
No, I've not watched it.
It's not what it's supposed to be.
I love the film though.
Is that a cartoon, or is it like a live action show?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
But it's meant to be
It's like a cartoon, the original cartoon.
It's meant to be a continuation from the original series, but it's terrible.
Yeah,
Right.
Rob says it's shit. Dr. Impossible says, I was looking forward to more back catalogue titles from Fox on Indicator, but since the Disney acquisition, Indicator aren't releasing any more Fox titles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I find Disney have becoming a bit of a stranglehold on stuff now as well.
Yeah.
It's scary how they're becoming a bit of a monopoly now because they're fucking buying all the fucking studios.
Yeah.
They own way too much.
That should worry people. Really.
The funny thing is, though, when they release stuff, when they buy stuff and say they bought Fox, they don't release anything by them. So what's all that about? Get all the stuff out, but they like having the stuff, but they don't like sharing it.
Yeah.
Well, we did see the brilliant reboot of Home Alone with Home Sweet Home Alone. That was well worth the Fox acquisition.
I take that back now.
But like what I'm going to say is right because of the whole name change, like from taking Fox and putting studios in. I think 20th Century Studios is one of the most ridiculous titles I've ever heard. Like, keep it where it's supposed to be, 20th Century Fox. But like that's what I saw from like when I was growing up, and seeing from now, like from Deadpool, and ever since Disney bought it out, like I didn't know how much that money it was. They just changed it. They only did was just take Fox out because Fox doesn't exist anymore now.
I don't understand why they couldn't have just bought Fox and kept it as a separate entity because they could. There's people that do that. There's companies that buy companies.
Fox is a good name. It's a name that could keep. They don't have to change everything to Disney. They could say if they own it, and people would buy Fox titles because they know the history of Fox, but they don't seem to like to do that. And then you end up with some classic movies, which literally, if you haven't got them on Blu-ray, you haven't got a chance to see them, or DVD. You just don't get a re-release.
It's like the Searchlight label put out some really cool, like kind of underground movies, and they killed the Searchlight label, so you're not going to get any of these smaller films getting to see the light of day now, unfortunately. That's where it gets a bit crappy.
And also with Disney buying Fox, the Fox releases of new films will be bare bones on Blu-ray and on DVD.
Yeah.
Right. Lee says the Monsterverse 4K Steelbook collection is up for pre-order this Friday.
The thing is, I was excited for that, right? I was really excited for it. I was going to buy it. But if you look at the Mad Max 4K Steelbook collection, they are both identical Steelbook sets. They're both the same. They're being lazy about it. Legendary, Warner Brothers, sorry, they're being lazy. So you got this multicolored, like Godzilla 2014, King of Monsters, Kong. They're all like multicolored, like red, yellow, whatever. If you look at the Mad Max set, it's exactly the same, but with Mad Max art. They're being very lazy. I thought I wanted something unique to Godzilla and to the Monsterverse, but we're not getting that. They just like swapping with different franchises, it seems now. And they want £100. Like,
really?
I'm going to pass.
DVD from Film Bloke says, sadly this is more of a nitpick, but Fox Blu-rays now come on Disney's shitty blue discs.
Oh yes. Blue discs.
Yeah.
It seems like they'll cut a corner at any cost, Disney. I don't know why. Well, I don't know why they do it, because they just want to be rich, filthy rich.
They're making plenty of money as it is, so they could put a bit more effort into their releases.
But they just want more.
I'm actually surprised they're putting out physical at all, if I'm honest, because you'd have thought the best way for them to push their Disney Plus service is to basically go, we're not putting out any more physical, so the only way to watch this stuff is to subscribe to our service. Yeah. I'm really surprised that they're putting out physicals. Like, it's good that they are. I'm glad that they are. I'm not really one that would buy them, but I'm glad they are. Like, I'm glad to have Cruella on physical, for example.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they're pushing them out quite quickly, like within a couple of months now.
But I was really surprised about the recent 4Ks of some of the Pixar and stuff that's recently been coming out. You know, the 4K Bugs Life, Incredibles, all them. I was really surprised to see those because I was like, oh, so Disney are kind of investing in 4K a little bit, which is cool to see.
Yeah.
AK Movie says, I get loads of stuff from CX. I don't like it when they reprint their covers. I only like if it's the original stuff that I buy. Yeah.
Massively.
It should
Totally agree.
Of course it should be. Or if you buy a reprinted cover, it's like a fraction of the price, not the same price.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, because that isn't a complete copy now. So
No.
need the disc.
It's not.
Cobra says, Andy, how are you getting on with Twin Peaks? Did you finish season 1 yet?
I've not finished it yet, no. I've taken a break from it, but I am going to pick it up again soon. But from what I've seen, really been enjoying it. It's a fantastic little show. It's the only David Lynch property that I've not watched in full. Like, I've never seen the show before, and I've never seen the film. But from what I've seen so far, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to pick it up again soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
Guys, I've got to go.
Oh, right. Hey,
Okay. Nice to speak to you guys.
Yeah,
thanks for coming on, Carl.
Okay, see you later.
See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Now. See you now.
Right. Moving on, we have DVD from Film Bloke. I've never been in a CX in my life. If I have to get something I used, I'll go to Music Magpie or maybe eBay. I know a lot of people buy used stuff from Music Magpie and end up getting brand new copies.
Yeah, I did.
Music Magpie is underrated, I think. They're pretty good for what they offer deals.
Yeah, they're very good.
Speaking of Arrow, right? I've actually got some new stuff.
We wasn't speaking about Arrow.
No.
We mentioned Arrow. From earlier on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, because, like, you know, you can get some excellent deals on Amazon. Like I did pick up a box set for like 20 quid.
Oh, was this the package you showed me the other night?
Yes.
It's just flashing again.
House.
Nice.
20 quid on Amazon. Like, had to steal it before it goes up in price, because I think it's because it was a Black Friday deal. And it's like, I tell you something, it's an absolutely stunning box set. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's a lovely set.
Even though it has 2 good films and 2 shit films.
Yeah.
But I haven't
I'm
watched them yet. I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But these are up for review on Horror Road, so I'm not really.
Cool.
I think I'm only going to enjoy the first one, really. Plus, and also my last one, had to pick up Carrie.
I love the cover art.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I think the new cover arts that they use for Arrow, I think they're much better than the originals, but I still got to respect the old posters as well. And didn't get me wrong, like, the artwork on these are brilliant.
No, they're lovely.
I always think the new artwork is 90% of the time better than the original.
Yeah. Can be, unless the old one's iconic.
Yeah, like The Thing and Big Trouble in Little China.
I think it's on a movie to movie basis.
Yeah.
For me.
In my opinion is that because 80s films are probably more my thing, because I like practical effects. It makes it look more real, because it has that feeling, because it feels of the unknown. But if you watch like films like, you know, that, like what you see now, it's hardly enough practical effects these days. It's mostly like CGI. But if you watch like a film like The Void, that has a mix of full practical effects and CGI, and I respect that, and it makes it feel like this is like an 80s. It feels like an 80s film, like a Lovecraftian 80s film, and I think that it was made so well. Like, because I started respecting it more. For the first time when I watched it, it was like, this is shit. I didn't know like what the fuck was going on, but then I started realizing, because it's Lovecraftian, you know, that kind of thing. I started respecting this. It's like when I watched like Cut Out of Space, absolutely brilliant film. Like that's CGI, but it also has like practical effects as well. Yeah. And I thought like this is my kind of thing, and I started respecting the boys like ever since. But going back to the 80s, it'll always be my favorite era for horrors in like action films, that kind of stuff. Because half the stuff you get for it is mediocre.
Dr. Impossible says Disney stated a while back that any new transfers of old films will be shown on streaming services in the future. It's something of a blow.
Yeah. Oh.
Absolutely hate streaming services.
But for some reason, I want to get Disney Plus next year as a new Peter Pan film.
You shouldn't be giving them your money.
Yeah, it's a new Peter Pan film.
That's why I've only paid £2 for a month.
Yeah, same here.
I'll just get Ryan to acquire it.
What, 2 in it? Even though I don't need it because I've got a Fire Stick.
I didn't even know when it's even out, this new Peter Pan.
So, if you get a Fire Stick, you can take it anywhere. You can take it with you anyway, if you like, as long as you got an internet connection.
Can it go into my laptop?
Yeah, I actually discovered you actually can. But you need like an extra part. It's called a visual capture card. Put that in there. It'll stream the Fire Stick off it on the screen.
I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, but don't worry, so I'm going to be looking into it because I'm thinking about getting one.
Let me know, Ryan.
Right. Cobra says my favourite HMV premium releases are Logan's Run and Clash of the Titans.
The artwork on that Clash of the Titans premium collection is one of my favourite Blu-ray artworks.
Yeah, it looks incredible.
I've only got 2. I've got The Hunger and The Shining. I sent Pete a copy of The Hunger.
I've got about 15 titles on the premium.
I think I've got about 13 or 14.
I went to the pictures to see Clash of the Titans when it came out. Weirdly enough, it was alright. It was good.
Oh, it's brilliant film, Clash of the Titans. Like the original one, really good.
Yeah,
the remake.
right.
One of Ray Harryhausen's last movies, wasn't it? One of his last movies.
Yeah. I saw loads of his films in the cinema. They were showing all the Sinbad movies in the cinema. You used to always go on the Saturday morning. It seemed like it was always a Sinbad movie on it every Saturday, as well as something else. You used to get 2 films all the time.
I've just bought the Sinbad trilogy through the Indicator label. So I'm looking forward to checking them out. Yeah,
I think they're great films. I think they're really good films.
See, in my opinion about cinemas, I think they're starting to get more dull now. I know they'd like to show all the new stuff, but I think they should start showing some of the old classics again, but not late at night. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Because
you do have specialist cinemas. It depends where you want to look. Because obviously, down here in London, you have places like Prince Charles Cinema, always showing older stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And you have BFI that obviously are just doing a celebrating 100 years of Japanese cinema, so they're showing all the old classic Japanese films.
What's it? Kuro?
Because we don't have any of that kind of stuff up here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Ryan. You know the Tyneside Cinema in Newcastle.
Oh yeah.
That sells. That shows old stuff now and again. You've got a good chance. I was going to go and see Jaws then with my son. It was a while ago. I think it was on some kind of anniversary, and we didn't get there. But I would love to see it. I've seen it on this big screen anyway. But I'd love to see it again with my son. But it never. I think it was 2012 when it was going to be on, but I never got there.
Because I would love to see a John Carpenter at the cinema. That's my dream. I always wanted to see one. because I know they were re-showing them like a couple of years ago, but I missed my chance on them. But I would love to see the Thing on the big screen. That's literally my dream.
I think I've seen. I know I've seen Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, The Thing, Escape from New York, The Fog. I think there's another. I didn't see. So I've seen all them, and I saw them a lot of times. It's not as if I just went once. I'll go like 3 and 4 times a week. So I really just hammered them movies because they were like nothing else. They were just brilliant. And just watch it. Cinematic experience they were.
Yeah, I see. In my opinion, I prefer have the cinema experience, and then just like sticking the Blu-ray into a player and just watch it like that. I would love to have that feeling. Like John Carpenter's like my absolute favorite director, and he's just like the way he, the direction that he takes, like the shots that he uses, like storytelling. It's just phenomenal. Like before he ran shit, but yeah, I would love to see like more of his films, like if they do something like that. But I think because the Northeast doesn't have that kind of thing up here, times later, as you said, but I think we should, because that means people get the opportunity to go see these films, like not on a DVD, which you can easily now.
Right, I think it's worth you like just like putting some money aside and coming down to London and going to Prince Charles, because nearly every November they have a John Carpenter marathon, and they show like 5 or 6 of his films back to back.
All right.
Really?
Oh, let me do that.
I really recommend it, man. I mean, I've been on the Arnold Schwarzenegger marathon, and it was insanely good. Like, Conan the Barbarian, Predator, Commando, Terminator 2, Total Recall. It was like,
yeah,
that's also my dream now, because like I love Arnold Schwarzenegger, I love Stallone, like when he does these good films. But I would also say I was also saying Nicolas Cage as well. Like Nicolas Cage marathon is in a large room of mine as well. So
I think they do. I think they've done one a bit more than Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for them to show Titanic. I'm happy with those.
I saw the Titanic at the cinema twice.
I would love to, because I missed out in 2012 when it was the anniversary. I missed out.
Yeah, it was decent, man, and very, very good. There was loads of people crying in the cinema.
That would be me. I'll be crying before the film probably even started.
I'll tell you who was screaming and crying, and one of the worst ones I've been in for people crying in films, and they were literally bubbling right next to us, was King Kong. There was just the amount of people crying in that movie was mad.
Yeah.
It was pretty weird. No people like breaking down next to you.
I've always described the original 33 King Kong as a tragic love story, because it is a tragic love story.
Yeah.
I tell you, you've been so for Godzilla last night, in the cinema. At the end, this is the only time I've ever seen it happen. Literally, everyone applauded at the end.
Yeah.
We all clapped at the end. It was awesome.
Oh, it was amazing.
It was great.
Mm.
Too right. It deserves an applause because it's the greatest film ever made, in my opinion. But
I thought it was brilliant. I thought I was going to struggle because it's Japanese with subtitles, but I was actually alright.
No, it's a watchable film. Very watchable film.
AK Movie says, have you seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, guys? And what's your thoughts on it? I heard good reviews for the film. Yeah, we did talk about that earlier, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was great. Really, really good film. One of the best of the year for me. I hear a lot of negative talk about it being it hinges too much on nostalgia.
But I think that's what the fans wanted, though.
Yeah, it gives you what you want. Like I got everything I wanted.
I think I wanted them more.
Without going into specifics, because Pete hasn't seen it yet. So yeah, it gave me everything that I wanted, and it's got so much charm and heartfelt goodness. It's just great.
I'm glad I saw it in the cinema.
Yeah, it's a definite. If anyone watching that hasn't seen this yet, get to a cinema as soon as you can to see it, because it's one of those films you need to see.
Pete.
in the
what?
cinema.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It was amazing.
All the cast are likable as well. All the cast are really likable.
Yeah, they say that young girl, she's really good in it.
Yeah, McKenna Grace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect blend of old and new, I'd say. It hits that spot perfectly. But if you're not a fan of Ghostbusters, you probably aren't going to like it. But me personally, I love Ghostbusters, and this film ticked very much all the boxes for me. It's just the perfect blend of old and new, and given the circumstances with Harold Ramis, it was just handled very, very tastefully, in my opinion. And they just hit it out of the park. Loved it.
I'd go as far as saying like it's probably the best looking Ghostbusters film we've ever had. Like the cinematography and the production design is just like 10 out of 10 for me. Absolutely fantastic looking film. I reckon this is gonna look unbelievable in 4K when it comes out on disc. I can imagine it being a new standard for 4K discs. It looked great in the cinema.
Dr. Impossible says Point Blank with Lee Marvin on the premium collection. What a classic movie.
Yeah, brilliant. Amazing.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I think I remember it on the premiums. I was going to get it, but then I decided not to. I probably will have to get it next time it's on the sale.
Oh,
I should think the 2 for 15 will be on soon, won't it?
Yeah, I think it's coming up. Still 2 for 25 at the minute, but if you can get that one, it's a great, and Lee Marvin's brilliant in that movie. Really good performance.
We have AP Stevens here. Evening all, just tuning in. I'm going to catch up on the first part of the show. What's everyone's favourite 80s action movie?
Ooh, that is hard.
I'm gonna give the boring answer first, which is Die Hard. I'm gonna give my second boring answer, which is Predator.
Yeah.
Game director, isn't it?
Maybe the last action.
Oh man,
that's
also,
a good
one.
Right, speaking about Die Hard, I'm actually going to see that for the first time at the cinema.
nice.
Ooh, it's going to be an amazing experience. But this what I found out. I think somehow it's a 15 at the cinema for some reason, even though the film's like an 18, right? But
It's probably being reclassified. Films do that; they get reclassified sometimes.
But some reason, like the film's supposed to be, it's like an hour and 10 minutes, but they chopped it down to like 2 hours and 7 minutes. So really, so they must have edited some stuff out or something.
I'll tell you what I have done. You know the bit at the end when he's falling off Nakatomi Plaza?
Oh, yeah.
There's Yippee-ki-yay, Monkey Farmer. Melon Farmer. Used to do that in the TV, didn't they? When anyone used to say that, used to call them melon farmers or monkey feathers. So it fits in with the lips of what they're saying. So, yeah, could have done that.
If they did that, I'm gonna be totally pissed off.
You'd be raging in your seat.
Yes,
your popcorn at the screen.
How fucking dare you talk that? That's the most iconic scene out of the whole film.
Have you seen the really bad TV edit of Snakes on a Plane? And they edit Samuel Jackson's when he goes, I want to give these he says motherfucking snakes off this motherfucking plane. I think in the edit he goes like, I want to get these monkey fiddling snakes off this 9 to 5 train. They try to dub it. It's so bad.
Yeah,
it's such a bad like redub of it for TV.
Oh my!
I think if you edit Samuel Jackson to stop him saying motherfucker, it's a crime. You should be arrested. It's not Samuel Jackson without him going motherfucker.
It's either motherfucker or saying hell no. Like, that's what he normally says, hell no, or that motherfucker. That's you say two catchphrases what you see like in every single film, except for Marvel. Even though he probably said hell no.
What about your favourite 80s action film, Andy?
For me, it's one that probably is the most. It defines the 80s for me, and it defines 80s action in every way, shape, or possible. It may not be the best movie. It's not as good as Die Hard or Terminator, Predator, things like that. But the one movie for me that defines 80s action is Commando.
Yeah.
Yes. Top notch.
It delivers everything you'd expect to see from a movie of that time period and of that genre. It just has everything you would want to expect from an 80s action movie. Everything is in that bottle of a film.
It's literally Arnold Schwarzenegger versus Freddie Mercury at the end.
It turns into a contest of who can make the sillier face.
The antagonist in Commando, he looks like Freddie Mercury from Queen.
It's brilliant. Yeah. For sheer over the top. It just captures that.
It's got the. I think my favorite moment in that is just like, it's like, you know, I told you I killed you last. Yeah, man, you told me you killed me last. I lied. I swear, like he's screaming at the. It's like he forgot how to scream. Like,
yeah. As well, the scene in the shopping mall. How many security guards does that shopping mall have? There's a scene where they just pile on top of him and he just lifts them off like they're nothing.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. Oh, I love it.
There's so many like 80s action films that I love. You know, I love Running Man.
Yeah.
Lethal Weapon's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon's great.
Oh, RoboCop. Fuck me.
RoboCop.
Yeah.
That's a great shout.
I used to call it RoboCop.
It's because all you want is cock, Ryan. That's why.
Oh, I didn't know. It's not like your version of RoboCop.
I'm gonna stick The Last Action Hero because I just love that film.
Like, don't worry, right? Because I actually said Shang-Chi and the Legend.
I think it might be 90s, you know.
Oh bollocks!
Same week as Jurassic Park, which is why it bombed. Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
No, wait, no one said Aliens. I don't know why. Aliens.
Oh yeah.
True.
I think when you think of 80s, you think of cheese, don't you, as well? You think of you think of Arnold, you think of all them type of things. I like Red Heat. It's not one of his best ones, but I think it's very, very. I think if it came out in the 90s, it wouldn't work, but because it was slap welders in the 80s, it worked. But it's good.
Yeah.
I think another one is Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
How dare you, Pete? How
Mad
dare
Max
you?
2.
What I was going to say.
Yeah,
Mad Max 2. Oh, Mad Max 2 is my favourite of that trilogy. Such a good film.
Oh, yeah.
I'll say they're classing Batman 89 as great action film, so I'll just go with Batman.
We're cheating. We're just googling 80s action films.
Really?
Flash Gordon.
Because it's like half. Well, I would say that's mostly an action film.
This is an action film. I love.
No, it's not sci-fi.
How would it do?
There's one of Terminator. Yeah.
I'd say as well, a very, very subtle action movie. I'd say it's the best action film, but it's very subtle with its action. First Blood.
First Blood.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
It's a phenomenal movie. It's that movie. Age has not affected that movie at all in any way, shape, or form. It's holds so well.
It's a great character study on what PTSD can do to somebody.
Yeah.
Like big time.
Yeah.
What a film.
Yeah, a phenomenal movie.
They're
Like-
saying it's movies, but I wouldn't call it an action film.
See, right, First Blood. Right at the end of their First Blood, Rambo were actually committed suicide.
Yeah.
Like, originally, like 'cause it's in the book, but due to because of Hollywood, like I can't have that, it can't have that in there, that kind of stuff. They changed the end, and then they end up saying Stallone out of prison, which he does. Because you see from the next one.
Couldn't get that pillar, could you? Just getting a bit.
So that's how that ending got changed. But
Yeah.
after bloody First Blood, it just went full on fucking crazy. Rambo 2 is basically just like
They could have just left First Blood as one movie, and it's a great pick for a movie that didn't need a sequel at all.
Totally.
See, with First Blood Part 2, they could have literally like changed the character. Like, still could have had like Stallone in it, but like with a different name, like in a different character. It would have made more. It would have made more interesting. They still could have used the concept, like which would have been more interesting. But due to like turning this into a big, massive like franchise, I could tell it just didn't work. Like I think the first film is just so unique, so well done. I think they should have just left it there and just left it to sleep, and just used the rest of the ideas of the films as a different character. Right? It shouldn't really be Rambo because it's all right as it is, but because it makes money and everything because of the name, of course.
Yeah.
And there's been rumors that we might be getting another Rambo film. But I think,
Really?
yeah, but I've heard that it's going to be before First Blood happens, so we might get to see the event,
Right.
Yeah, right.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah, but there's been rumors that there's going to be in a TV series form. Like Stallone can do because he's like 70 odd.
Yep.
But I can see it happening, but I doubt it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
There's already an Indian, like a Bollywood remake.
Oh yeah.
Which is still called.
I think First Blood's 40 years old next year.
What is it?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
It just holds up so well.
What year is it now?
82.
It's quite realistic for what it is. I know the other films they got more and more less realistic as they went on, especially 3. But as a sort of movie, it was really one of them ones where you thought, oh, he can actually act, because you didn't think he could act until he made that film.
Yeah.
See, like, I think Ghostbusters like going to be 40 years next year. No, it's not. I think it's like going to be 30 odd years. I think
it's 84.
It's 30.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because like in 84 it's going to be 40 years. So like I can see there's going to be a big massive anniversary for that.
Probably.
Like reshow like all the original.
Probably not. Maybe not. They might not, because it's anniversary.
Yeah. But I would love to see Ghostbusters get re-released, like the original at the cinema. I would love to do that. See that. That would be brilliant.
I would happily go and see all 3.
Prince Charles Cinema has done it numerous times, back to back with the second one as well. Prince Charles Cinema is the place to go, guys, if you want to see old films. Like,
yeah.
We all need to get down to London, Anne.
Yeah.
Let's all take a trip.
OK Movie says, I love the original version of Masters of the Universe TV series cartoon back in the day. Yeah, I can remember watching that.
Apparently, my mum used to say that I watched a lot of He-Man, but like I have no nostalgic ties to it, if that makes sense.
I basically looked like when I was younger. I'd really like blonde like fringe and
Did you just shout, I have the power?
Yeah, quite a lot.
I don't actually mind the canon film. I think it's okay for what it is.
It tries to be Star Wars, very, very. You can tell it's wearing its influence on its sleeve.
I just love that.
Yeah.
It's a victim of like running out of budget, though, isn't it? That's why.
Definitely. Yeah.
I think like halfway through, they just ate through their budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Lundgren was a good choice for He-Man. To be fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's good.
Can you get that on?
Yeah, I think you can get an import. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a German release, isn't it?
yeah, German Blu-ray.
Let's have a look. I wouldn't mind getting that on Blu-ray.
AK Movie says my favourite Home Alone 1 and 2. That I own both of these. The new one I don't bother with. Old as gold, yeah. You only really need to see the first two.
Although Home Alone 3 isn't that bad.
I don't think I've seen that one.
No one believes you, John.
I just said it wasn't that bad.
Okay, all right. I'll let you off, John. It's fine.
I don't think I've seen the second Home Alone. I think I really haven't seen the first one.
The first two, they're just timeless movies, aren't they?
Oh yeah, first two are amazing.
Yeah.
I just rip them apart with logic. Like, that would have killed him.
Oh no, that's what makes them hilarious. They should be dead at this point, but they're not. This is what makes them funny. When number two, he's throwing bricks at Miles' head. I just killed me every time. Oh, it's so funny. Love it. Have you guys seen this little short film? It's like a little skit on YouTube. It's literally Daniel Stern doing Marv, but he's like having PTSD because he thinks the kid's gonna go after him. He's like, he's coming to kill us, Harry.
I think I've seen that one.
Daniel Stern, he's great. I love him.
He is.
No good films. DVD Film Bloke says, yeah, they called it 20th Century Studios due to the infamous Fox network. Even though 20th Century Fox was founded before Rupert Murdoch was born, and he pitched the name when he had 20th Century Fox. Well,
It's all to do with money, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Stacy says, what's your favourite films for costumes, makeup and prosthetics other than horror films?
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I'm gonna throw out a recent one, Cruella. Great costume design. Unbelievable costume design.
Yes.
Totally.
When she like burns the dress, and just like
It becomes a new dress.
Yeah.
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 Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I like the makeup on, what was that film? Was it called? Was it Legend? When Tim Curry was like the devil.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the Tim Curry makeup was just unreal. It actually looked 100% real.
Yeah.
It was great.
I didn't realize that was Tim Curry. Was that it was that?
I know. It was like years later. You go, oh, so that's Tim Curry, is it?
Yeah.
Danny DeVito is a penguin in what was it? Batman Returns.
Yeah,
Batman Returns.
Oh,
Yeah.
that black stuff coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
I
not
think
nice.
any sort of like the Batman films have done really well.
This is funny. I'm looking around my room, but it's like everything I see is horror films. No, God's sake.
I'm gonna say Roald Dahl's The Witches.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Terrifying.
Angelica Houston as the head witch.
Great
Jeez.
Witches film. Like,
I'm gonna be boring, and like no surprise here, but a lot of the Godzilla suits are awesome.
I'm so shocked by your answer.
Just done because the idea that there's a person in those suits acting out as Godzilla is
Yeah.
awesome. Like so cool.
I'm just trying to think. There's not anything good one. I can only think of a lot of movies.
What about the Elephant Man?
Yeah.
Not seen
Yeah.
it. Not seen it.
I've seen pictures. But,
I've got the Blu-ray. Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm quite scared to watch that film. It's gonna make me cry.
Oh,
It
it does destroy you.
My mum keeps because my mum was
Yeah.
surprised I bought it. She was just like, That's really sad, you know. And every so often she'll keep asking me, "Have you watched The Elephant Man yet?" I don't know, because she knows she's gonna it's gonna make me cry.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get you. There's no way around it.
It is very emotional.
Like, using the stage version.
That's another one of those movies I didn't realise it was from her because of the makeup.
Yeah,
Just completely disguising the actor.
you completely. Yeah. Just thought it's just. I don't know who I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was just this complete unknown fella, and it turned out was John Hurt, who was like probably one of the biggest stars at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, John Hurt.
Unbelievable.
I didn't even know it was David Lynch who'd done the movie for years. I just thought it was a bloke called David Lynch. I thought there's no way that the director of Eraserhead made that film, because that was a film he made afterwards. Eraserhead. And
Totally,
when you look at it now,
different.
you see flavors of Eraserhead in there.
It feels like the least David Lynch film made by David Lynch.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, because it just follows a more cohesive storyline, and it doesn't have this sort of nightmare, fever dreamish-esque type of quality to it.
Yeah.
It's not a phenomenal film.
Edward Scissorhands.
How can I forget the Jim Henson's Ninja Turtle costumes?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Awesome costume design.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. The stuff in Never Ending Story is quite good.
Yeah.
You know, the big monsters. And
Never seen it.
Good.
Yeah.
I even need to say it's a good movie.
Labyrinth as well.
Labyrinth, yes.
Labyrinth.
David Bowie, yeah.
Anything with David Bowie in it. Oh, it's not really. I wouldn't call it horror film. It's more sci-fi. That man who first like the effects with him as the alien.
With his eyeballs.
Yeah. I can't watch that. Freaks me out. I don't like that bit. I don't like things right.
It's all the blood in the sink.
I still don't understand The Man Who Fell to Earth. I've watched it about 3 or 4 times. I still don't understand that film.
Well, I'm gonna cheat.
One of those movies where you just don't have to understand it. It just is.
It's a really good film, though.
I'm gonna cheat because I just want to bring it up because it's awesome. Poltergeist, the mirror scene.
Yeah.
Well, Bruce.
I want to give a shout out for a makeup film as well. I don't think it classes as a horror film, but for makeup and prosthetics, Total Recall.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that's a good shout.
Yeah,
yeah, it's got some good stuff in it.
Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, filmmaker IQ did an interesting video on William Fox, the founder of Fox, and Hollywood's unknown media mogul. AK Movie says, A Bug's Life, The Incredibles are great movies. I watched Soul, it was good. I love this film. I watched this last Sunday. Also loved Free Guy movie. That was fantastic. Yeah, I watched Free Guy last week. That really surprised me.
I haven't watched it yet, but I'd like to watch it.
I don't mean to like nitpick here, but does AK Movies always put question marks when it's not meant to put question marks? I've noticed that when he comments on my videos, he puts question marks. I get really confused. Is he asking a question? Is he?
I think he's just making a statement.
Okay.
Yeah, because it says, what movie... Oh, there is a question. What movies did you buy from Black Friday deals?
Nothing. I'm skinned.
Nothing here.
I'm going to Metal tomorrow, so I might get something tomorrow if there's anything knocking about.
I may have a cheeky look in HMV.
That's a plan anyway to do that.
But,
if there's something decent, hopefully I'll see that lad that I know in HMV and Metal Centre. He might point us. He's usually good for. I just say what's good at the moment. And he points at like really obscure parts of the shop. He said, "Oh, did you know this was out? Did you know that?" And I said, "No, I haven't got a clue." But he's good for that. So we usually have a chat in the shop until his boss comes over and says, "Do you want to do some work?" So he's nearly getting a sack every time I meet up. But yeah, he points us in some crazy directions that I wouldn't know about. So that's great. So yeah, I might get something tomorrow, but nothing yet.
AK Movie says, yes, I agree. 80 films were fantastic. What's your favourite 80s movie you loved and the characters and which scenes that you remember and want to watch in today's times? That's my question.
I need to like unpackage that again.
No, he's asking, what's your favourite 80s movie that you love, the characters, and what scenes that you remember from the film?
Mine's gonna be boring. Everyone knows my answer.
Yeah.
Favorite 80s movie is Critters. I love the characters. My favorite scene is they have weapons, so what? Fuck.
I can't pick because 80s is like one of my favourite decades of films, so it's kind
Yeah.
of difficult.
I love Aliens. I love The Thing. There's loads.
He's meaning to say, what is your favourite 80s movies of all times?
Oh, Dirty Dancing.
Critters.
Oh.
That's boring. Everyone knows.
Pretty Woman. Was that 80s or 90s? No,
90s. 90s. Ryan won't watch that film for some reason.
Oh, for God's sake, man, News of the Land. I don't have to watch it. It's my commandment.
Ghostbusters.
Terminator. So many.
Didn't get me started with Terminator Genesis and Part 4, right?
Yeah, I loved all the John Hughes stuff.
Yeah.
Like movie, even the stuff that he didn't do, like anything with like John Cusack as well at the time. It was not Say Anything, Better Off Dead, One Crazy Summer.
Wow.
Better Off Dead's phenomenal, man. I love Better Off Dead. It's so good.
I think the first time I came across Better Off Dead was on VHS, and I think I got it at the video library. And I rented it for maybe 2 or 3 days, and I must have watched it back to back on them 2 or 3 days. I must have seen it about 20 times before I put it back in the video shop. It was so good.
Yeah, I love it. It's great. That song by E.G. Daly in the school disco is like, it's one of my favorite songs. I love that song. Like every time I watch the film, it's so good. But yeah, there's something about like John Cusack movies in that decade I just really gravitate to. Like, even his cameo in 16 Candles, like the small he had in that.
It was one of the ones where I saw him in the, even if you don't know what the film was, you would see John Cusack and say, "Oh, I love that," because you knew you were going to get something pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. Just yeah, I love that era. The John Hughes stuff, the Breakfast Club, and
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
That's a good film.
Love that one.
Bit where he's on the float singing. What's he singing? That Twist and Shout, isn't he?
Twist and Shout.
Yeah.
I love that. That was my favourite moment.
One of my favourite Joel Schumacher movies, St. Elmo's Fire. I love that as well. I think that's a great film. Not as good as The Breakfast Club, but I still love it. Still think it's great.
Then, of course, you've got the majestic Last American Virgin as well.
Oh, John. I love that film, John.
Yeah. I know you mentioned it, but wow.
Yeah.
You've not lived till you've seen that movie.
No, I was telling my ex about it, and she gasped. She said, I told her the end because I said she's not going to watch it. I explained to the end, and she just gasped. She just said, I can't believe it, and I just went, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah. It's like the 80s movie that doesn't end like any other 80s movie in existence.
No. What a gut punch of a film. Oh, yeah, I love it.
I just thought, what have I just seen?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it at all. Even for most of the movie, I thought, I know where this is going. It's like a Porky's ripoff. And then, oh no, it hit you. You're right.
Yeah, it's got the girl from Better Off Dead's in it as well, isn't she?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to watch it.
Yeah, because I think he was in Mask as well, and the fourth Friday the 13th.
Yes, I thought he was great in Friday the 13th Part 4.
Yeah.
And them two things made me want to see that movie. But I didn't expect what I was going to get.
Yeah, because I don't know if you've seen Mask as well with Eric Stoltz.
Yeah.
And Cher. He's in that as well.
Right. I haven't seen that for a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, he plays Eric Stoltz's best friend. He's like trading the cards with.
Oh, really?
Well,
it was real life, when Rocky Dennis was the
yeah,
fella.
right, yeah. That's another tearjerker of a film.
Yeah, it's a rough watch.
Yeah. But I recommend Last American Virgin to anyone. Get through those first 2 acts. You'll be massively surprised by the way that the turn that movie makes.
I'm gonna have to watch this film now. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. You keep talking about it, Andy, and it really does sound good.
It's funny because we talk about it for a good reason, because you might think, oh, we're just bigging up on it, or it's this or that. And to be honest, I think Annie's the only other person I've ever heard talk about it, because it just never gets spoken about. And even the people who like that type of movies have never seen this film. I mean, I watched all of the Porky's type of movies and all of the Bachelor Party, but never ever came across this movie. So I thought, I'll get it because it's going to be just like the rest of them. I quite like them, but I was wrong. It was something else. So honestly, you can have a good time with it. You really will.
Yeah. It's one of them where it's like, wow, I've never seen anything like that. I need to maybe watch something to cheer up. It's, like the first time I saw it, like I wasn't really giving it my full attention the first time. Like I was just sort of like in and out. I could get the gist of what the characters were going through and what they were doing. And then when the ending happens, I said to myself, "What have I just? I need to rewind that. I need to watch that again and let that sink in and process, because there's no way that film has just done what it's done."
Yeah.
And
I thought when I was watching it, I thought it was getting a bit generic, and I thought, it's telegraphing everything that's going to happen in this. And then when it started to change tack a little bit, I thought, this is a bit odd. This is not going to go the way I want. And then as the further it was going on, I've gone, surely it's not going to do this. Then the next bit, surely it's not going to go down this route. And then by the end of the whole ending, you're sitting there looking at the credits thinking, what on earth has just happened to this movie?
It's so believable as well. It's just real life. It's just you would say that scenario is 100% genuine, and I 100% believe it.
Yeah,
completely. It's just it's like it's one of them where it's like it's so real. It's like they couldn't have put it in a film, and they did, and it's just like
it's like Hollywood should never make that movie because it's not Hollywood.
It wouldn't work. Wouldn't work with Hollywood.
No, and it's just I just can't imagine. I just can't believe that anybody went in to like pitch it and said, "This is what we're going to do," and then somebody says, "Oh yeah, go ahead and make that." People that says, "There's no chance you're going to make that film," but they did, and they're all better for it.
Yeah,
it stands out of the credits. It's like one of a kind.
Yeah, it's not the best film ever made. With its content, the first 2 acts are a bit silly and your typical 1816 comedy. And I think it goes a bit too far sometimes with its silliness and but if you sit through it and go through it, and then you hit the point where you're following the characters and you're invested in the story, it's just wow. Like I couldn't believe it.
I know.
It's just it ends on such a strong note.
It did. Yeah. Yes, it was perfection, really, for what it was.
Yeah,
a lot of movies should do that, but there's not many movies that do that or go to that. In this day and age, I don't think if we were trying to make it now, it would never get made. As a film.
They'd read the script and just throw it and go in the bin.
Yeah. They would say, "No, we can't do that."
You in the bin.
Yeah.
It's one that a lot of more people need to see, in my opinion. I honestly think the ending of that film needs to get taught in school.
Yes, I agree. And the thing is, though, of course, it's one of the hardest arrows to get.
Yeah, I picked it up off Amazon. I think it was about 16 quid. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a watch and give it a go. And I had it in that pile of movies I've not watched for a long time. That pile. It stayed in there for a long time, and then I got round to watching it. And I only bought it because it was an Arrow.
Yeah.
I got around to watching it. Yeah, that's it.
Mm.
It's something else. I can't compare the feeling I felt at the end of that film to another film. I just can't say there's anything as impactful as that ending.
I thought exactly the same thing. I remember sitting, I don't usually sit and think about a movie maybe a couple of days later. You think it goes through your head, but I was literally had my mouth open for the whole credits, thinking, surely that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll agree 100%. It's to see it though. We're not just trying to big up this movie and everyone say that's just a total load of rubbish.
It's not a masterpiece in any sense of the word. It's not a perfect film. It's quite silly and it's quite far fetched, and some of it's like it's even cringy. Like at times it's just not a perfect film, but the way this movie ends is so strong.
It sounds like a very interesting watch, especially with this ending.
Yeah. And I think the fact of it, as Andy's saying, because there's some really like pathetic humor bits in it, strewn in the start. You know, your generic thing about, oh, we'll get together and we'll set somebody up, and then this happens, and you think, oh, Howie, we've seen this a million times before. And some of it's very unbelievable. And then when it changes its sort of tone, that's when this. But maybe because the movie is like that at the start, the ending is more impactful for it, and it just gives you that unbelievable feeling of just like it turns the movie on its head. It's I don't know. It's without you can't give it away the ending, but obviously when you see it, you know exactly what we're talking about.
It's like it touches on some of the darkest subjects as well. This ending, if I'm honest, you know, there's something that happens that's been debated about for years, like in the public eye, whether it's right or whether it's wrong, and it's just it really is it just boggles the mind. This ending, it's phenomenal. I can't praise the ending enough. It's so strong, but it's not it's don't expect to sit down and go like this is like the next Citizen Kane or anything like that. Far from it. It's silly for what it is. For when it starts, it's just three guys trying to get laid. That's pretty much how it starts off with, but it evolves so well into something else. It's just phenomenal.
So is that went out of print because of the music rights on it or something? I think that's why.
I would imagine so. It's got a phenomenal soundtrack with U2, R.E.O. Speedwagon, The Police, Journey. It's so good. The soundtrack is phenomenal. I love the soundtrack. Every song is used well. I read a review about it because there's a song by U2 which is played over this really dark scene, and they sort of wondered like how U2 must have felt about that. It was just I always wonder like did they know it was going to be used for that scene?
Yes. And they might have said, "Oh, hang on a minute."
I highly recommend seeking this film out and checking it. I know there's a Spanish Blu-ray. I think I know JT picked it up.
He's got that one, hasn't he?
Yeah, he said he picked it up after he was chatting with us. He's just so intrigued, and I have to say it's really hard to explain without going into it, but it's one of the most it's stuck with me, shall we say. It's one of those that sticks with you and you won't forget the ending.
Massively. It really is.
It's great.
Carl says thanks Peter for inviting me on. No problem, Carl. Thanks for joining. It was great to have you on. Certainly will invite you on again for a future live stream. Cobra says, what version of The Shining do you prefer, the European or the American version? I always preferred the shorter Euro cut. I think I watched the American cut. That's the extended one, isn't it?
I like the American version, the longer version, personally.
I think it's like nearly 3 hours, isn't it? Or 2.5 hours, one or the other.
Yeah, I think it's about an extra 25 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite a big chunk.
I don't know what the premium collection is. I don't know what
The premium collection is the American version, I think.
okay.
Yeah. It was hard to get in the UK, actually. I got my one off, I taped it off ITV, and I didn't know what it was because I remember there was no talk of it ever having different versions. I remember it was on ITV one night, I set the video, tape it, and then when I watched it, I was thinking, hang on a minute, I don't remember this bit, I don't remember that bit. So it took us a long time to suss out that it was this different version. I mean, you're talking years thinking, am I just imagining this? There was 2 different versions, you know, because you couldn't see the other one. It's not as if you go in the shop and buy one, because, you know, they just weren't out to buy. Because I think it was one of them ones that came out on VHS, and it was one of the ones that was hard to get. It wasn't banned, but it wasn't like really on the shelves much. A bit like The Exorcist wasn't banned, but you couldn't get it for love of the money.
DVD from Film Bloke also says I'd go with the US cut. AK Movie says also my favourite Sylvester Stallone, Annie. I think he means Arnie. Yeah, I think he means Arnie. Bruce Willis was good. Also Nick Cage. I just feel very bad for him as his films aren't releasing in cinemas, just on DVD. Very bad.
Straight to video now.
Yeah, totally. Some of the stuff he's put out just recently are pretty awful.
Yeah.
But yeah. AK Movie says I be getting a physical media Ghostbusters Afterlife. I love the trailer for the movie. Big fan of Ghostbusters back in the day. I have all the films, even the real Ghostbusters. Cool.
Yeah, I've got that. That's it. That's the set I've got. The Time Life one.
Oh, that's cool.
You've got like a lenticular Slimer on the side.
Oh, that's cool. That's like that.
And there's like a ghost trying to saw his way out of the symbol as well.
That's good.
Really nice set.
I grew up watching the cartoon before I'd ever seen the film. It was only like a couple of years later that someone told me there was a film.
I'm just going to interrupt, guys. We're going to head off because we want to watch a film, and I've got college tomorrow, so I've got to be up early.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks for joining, Jason and Soph.
All right.
Yeah.
Guys.
Now. Ta-ra.
See ya.
Yeah. Cheers now.
Bye.
Where's the hang-up button? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. See you, guys.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah. Bye now.
And then the woods fall.
Brilliant.
The other being going on for like 3 hours.
3 hours, yeah. I don't think we're going to go on for 8 hours tonight.
Oh.
Why?
Probably 7 hours and 59 minutes instead.
See me, I've got to go to bed at 2, you know.
I'm pretty certain we'll be finished by 2, Ryan.
Well, it won't be because I got to go because I've got one lesson of college tomorrow, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think we're setting off the Merit Centre at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so you know it's one of them things where I wasn't because my wife wasn't meant to be off, but she's got a day off work. I was just going to be doing nothing apart from probably I've got a load of videos that I've got a lot of subscriber mail actually over the past week, so I've been putting them into videos, and there's been a bit of a funny enough rather than just having one, there's like 6, so I've had to like put them out like spaced them out, and I feel bad for the person who's got the 6th one, because it's like a week after they've given us the stuff, which is a long time. But I did explain to the people that it's going to take a week to get these things out, which is weird. But so I've been doing them because I was going to do loads of videos on Wednesday, but they were doing some drilling next door, so I couldn't physically do anything because drilling was just deafening. So that put me in plans. But so anyway, so we're going to go to the Merit Centre instead and spend some money. So that's not a bad thing, is it?
No wrong with that.
No.
Mm-hmm.
AK Movies also says, what's your favourite actors in the 80s and 90s?
Well, it had to be the big hitters, you know, Arnie, Sylvester Stallone, Clint Eastwood.
Robert De Niro.
Yeah. Tom Cruise for a few films.
Yeah. Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I wouldn't say Michael Douglas. He's not like, you know, that popular. He got. I think he mostly started getting popular in the 90s. I think.
What about Robert Englund?
Yeah.
I mean, done all the Freddy stuff, but he done a lot of other ones as well. So he was always about.
Oh man.
I think the only other thing I've seen him in, apart from Elm Street, was Big Wednesday.
What? Sorry, Andy?
Big Wednesday, surfing movie. I think it's got Gary Busey in it, on it, I think.
Oh.
Well.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. He's got a small role in that. Urban Legend, of course, as well. I think he's like the teacher in that as well. There's not much I've seen him in, apart from Elm Street.
He was in sort of like, I'm trying to think what they were, but they were a bit sort of like straight to video type nonsenses, you know. And he was before he was like Freddy, he was on Eaten Alive as well, but I think that was out in the 70s.
It was on V as well.
So he popped up here and there, but when he became Freddy, that's when he was like he was big money. Just from that movie.
Totally.
It was like because there was other big stars during the 80s as well. I would say Jack Nicholson. Well,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to throw in John Cusack.
Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was putting some good stuff out then. What about Mickey Rourke?
Yeah.
He was pretty massive in the 80s before he sort of went and became a boxer and got his face punched in, and then that was the end of his sort of career.
Yeah.
I remember watching that film, Desperate Hours. He was in the remake.
Yes.
Anthony Hopkins. Didn't mind that film. I thought it was all right.
I thought he was great until he sort of he went off the boil. I think it was one called was one where he's a boxer. I've got it on DVD.
What was about the 90s?
But he had a broken jaw in the whole movie, and his jaw was kind of over there somewhere, and I don't know how he kept his face like that for the whole movie. But what was it called? There was Barfly. That was a good movie.
I've heard of that one.
He played Charles Bukowski, and he was he had to play like a bum. Like Charles Bukowski was this writer who was like a sort of tramp. So for the full movie, to be in character, he didn't wash at all for the full movie, or wash his hair or anything. And he apparently got like a file and filed his teeth down. So that's going a bit above and beyond that, you know.
Wow.
Certainly
it was a good performance, like, but there's another movie you kind of get full of the money.
I remember him in there was a movie I think he did with Don Johnson. I think it was called Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Kid.
Marlboro Man. Yes.
Marlboro Man. That's a very underrated action film there.
It was decent.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And then there was Johnny Handsome, where he was ugly and he had a plastic surgery to make himself look good looking, I believe. And Rumblefish was a good movie.
Yeah, Rumblefish is a good one.
Yeah.
Good underrated Coppola film, that.
You're right. Looks amazing as well. Yeah.
I always had that in the sort of same bracket as The Outsiders. Like I remember watching those two films at a very similar time. They both got.
I think we made them back to back, didn't we?
Yeah, Diane Lane and Matt Dillon.
Yeah, that's right.
Two really good underrated films.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Angel Heart as well. I think that was a good
Angel
one.
Heart.
Yeah,
that's a decent one.
yeah.
It was 9.5 weeks, but I didn't really care for that one that much.
No, I wasn't a big fan of that.
A bit too,
Yeah,
for me.
it was a bit too smutty, that for me.
Well, it was just like him being a borderline mess as a sort of sex symbol, and you thought, I'm not buying this, mind.
Yeah.
He's a good actor, but I don't think of him as a heartthrob.
No. I remember that he was in Double Team as well, wasn't he? With Jean-Claude.
Was he?
I think he was the main villain in Double Team with Dennis Rodman and Jean-Claude.
I mean, he used to pick his movies very well, and then he just went and did anything.
Yeah,
he was in one.
I think Stallone offered him a part in the Get Carter remake when he was literally had no money or anything like that. He said, I think he was on Jonathan Ross one time. He said he could barely pay for the pasta he was eating. And Stallone came in the restaurant and said, "Do you want this part and Get Carter remake?" And he just said, "Yeah, I've got to take it."
All right.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, I haven't seen that actually, but I do like him.
Yeah. Yeah. He sort of had a bit of a resurgence with The Wrestler and Iron Man 2.
Well, The Wrestler was a great film. I thought it suited him perfectly. Really good film.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and Sin City as well.
Oh, he was great in Sin City, mind.
Yeah, Marv.
He probably looked like Marv even without the false nose on. Yeah, Coruscant.
Totally getting it right.
Yeah.
I wish he would make another good movie, but I don't think he will.
But it's a wonderful film.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Keith from Euphoria Pictures. Hello to all. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Sorry I'm late getting to your stream, Pete. Living in a madhouse at the moment.
Hi, Keith. Yeah.
He's doing all this stuff with his room.
Yeah. Oh, is he? Cool.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be a logistical nightmare, I can imagine.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I just hope it's going to be worth it for him when he gets gets everything the way he wants it.
I think it'll be amazing. If it works out the way he wants it to work out, I think it'll work. It'll be brilliant.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it finishes. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Oh, what's this? Next up, we've got Leon Talks Film. Hi, everyone. Hope the stream's going well. Thanks for joining, Leon.
Yeah, you okay?
I'm out right now, but we'll be watching this fully later. Hope everyone has a great night.
Yeah, it's been a great night, Leon. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks, Leon. AK Movie says, yes, I agree with Commando. Was a fantastic action film. My favourite Arnold Schwarzenegger film. Is my favourite action hero of all time.
Yeah.
Totally. Commando's a lot of fun.
I just think Mondo just captures all the cliches you'd expect, and the over-the-topness of 80s action. It's just captured in that film. For me.
AK's even got an action figure of Jack Slater from the film. Impressive.
I like that action hero. I think it's a great movie.
Yeah, I watched it for the first time in the summer. Really fun.
Yeah, it is.
Such a great film.
We compared it to the Purple Rose of Cairo, didn't we, John?
Yes, it is practically the Purple Rose of Cairo. There's so many things that are similar to that is unreal.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, Purple Rose of Cairo came out first. I don't know if they got the idea of it, but they might have saw that as like a small movie and thought, hang on a minute, we could do that, but we could make it into this other action sort of genre thing. Yeah. And I do think that it did miss the mark, because obviously when you said that it just wasn't the right time to release it, they should have put it back up a year or two, and they might got a bit more traction on it. But as a movie, I think I watched it the other night and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. Yeah. It's one of my favorite Arnie movies, and it's one of the ones that everyone says, it's not that good, but I don't think that people give it the time they should do.
Yeah. So for me, it gets dark in some places. What it is when it comes to the real world.
Yes.
You know, it gets quite dark. 'Cause I love the stuff where it's in the movie and all the cliches are happening, and Charles Dance is phenomenal in it.
He is brilliant as the villain.
Yeah, phenomenal. It's one of those movies I remember seeing on TV loads, but I never ever caught the name of it.
Oh, right.
It was because there was no internet around at the time, and just had the channels. We didn't have the thing coming up on the telly telling you what it was or what time it was on. It was just you turn the telly on and what was on was on. And that was one of those films that I just never caught the name of, because the name's not said in the film,
isn't it?
It's not really. You kind of, you can't, you know, it doesn't really scream that that's the title for the movie when you're watching it. So, you know, if it's not as if you could kind of half work out what the Terminator was, you know, or that movie where there's a Terminator in it. But yeah, that one would be a hard one to pigeonhole name-wise.
Always like the line "no sequel for you" at the end. That always made me laugh.
I love it when he's just got Charles Dance has got the ticket. He's just reeling off all these villains. He's like King Kong, Hannibal Lecter, Black Wall. It's just so good.
Yeah, I know. Totally. It's a clever movie. I don't think it gets the credit it deserves, actually.
No.
I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Cobra Viper says they drew First Blood, not me. Rambo.
That's very true.
Yeah. AK picked up Predator 1 and 2 movie set. I've not seen it. I will have a chance to see it soon. Cool. Should do.
First one, phenomenal.
First one's brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Predator 2, got to admit. I saw that when it came out and I thought, no, I'm not having this. Like, didn't get it.
It's not in the same ballpark as the first one at all.
Yeah.
And less said about that new Predators film, the better. The Predator, is it? Oh, man.
I don't think I've seen any of the other ones. I just, apart from Alien versus Predator, I don't think I've gotten it at all. They're just not the same. Not as good.
It's a lightning in a bottle type of movie, Predator. I think once you've seen it, there's no more story to tell. It's just
it's a perfect one-off film that didn't need sequels or reboots or anything.
Yeah, it is what it is, and it's better for it.
Yep. AK says, I remember the Rambo cartoon and the Rambo figures. It's a shame that the toys didn't succeed. Cool.
Yeah, I remember the cartoon.
I can't remember that.
I didn't even know there was a cartoon.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. First Blood was fantastic of Rambo. Not seen Last Blood yet. People give it thumbs down for this film. It wasn't good. Not seen it, but was it any good? Last Blood.
It's not the first one, no way. But it's okay. If I'm honest, I'd say the best sequel is probably the fourth one. Just because its action is so, it goes back to like the sort of 80s over the topness, but in sort of modern era. But I felt a bit underwhelmed by Last Rambo, particularly after seeing the fourth Rambo, because that movie just delivers on the action and violence of that film in every way. But Last Blood was it's a little bit underwhelming, but it's okay. I wouldn't say it's awful, but it's okay. Yeah, for me anyway.
AK also says, I love Home Alone. I can watch it over and over again. They were just great. Totally agree. Yeah. Great films for the Christmas period.
Yeah, without fail, every year I get a takeaway pizza and I watch Home Alone 1 and 2 back to back at some point. It's a little tradition I have. But yeah.
Sounds like a good tradition.
Oh yeah.
Really
I always make time to get a takeaway pizza and watch.
What sort of pizza?
Domino's, pepperoni passion, without a doubt.
Brilliant.
It's something I do every year. Have to do it. It's not Christmas if I don't do that.
That sounds like a great night in.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, speaking of Masters of the Universe, trying to be Star Wars, on the old UK rental VHS of Superman 4, Paul Gambaccini said Masters of the Universe was the Star Wars of the 80s.
Wow.
Ooh.
I wouldn't have said that, mind.
No, I wouldn't.
Koroshia Ichi says, have you seen any movie multiple times in the cinema?
Yeah, loads when I was a kid, but younger.
Yeah.
I think the most I've seen, I used to down the cinema down the road. It's still there, but it's not a cinema anymore. It's like a playhouse now. It's like go and see shows. They had, you could go like on the Monday and it was like 50 pence to get in, and then the rest of the week was full price. I think it was 150. So I'll go on the Monday. It's just literally at the end of the street. It was just down the road, and Paul Magpie Movies knows exactly where it is, the Whitley Bay Playhouse. And my house, I just used to get out my house, walk down, and just whatever movie was on the Monday, I would go and see. And there was always 2 movies on, and for your 50 pence, and they had some amazing double bills. But every now and again, you would walk across and you get like The Thing, and you would think, we all went in, it was loads that we used to go in on the Monday, and I said, The Thing, this is going to be a right load of rubbish. I mean, who has a movie called The Thing? We thought it was the most stupidest title for anything. So we sat in it and we went, this is unreal. So what they would do is, say maybe 10 of us went in on the Monday, maybe 3 of us came back on the Tuesday, 2 on the Wednesday, and you used to see them for the full week. So I think on that respect, I would saw the full week ones. I would see, I saw The Thing, Elephant Man, Escape from New York, The Fog. Just went every single day to watch these films. I was having to beg for the money. I was going, oh, can I have all my pocket money? And they're saying, I think I only had about £3 pocket money. And they were saying, you're joking, aren't you? You want to go and have pictures again? I says, oh, well, please, I'll not eat any food for the next week or something stupid like that. And then you were like playing stupid things like you have a game called Pitch and Toss, where you throw your money and you get it closest to the wall would win the money. So you're all playing pitch and toss behind the Whitley Bay Playhouse for each other's money. And if you got like the 150, you'd call it quits and you'd just be off and you'd say, right, that's my money for the next show. This is if there's like a great film on. So we were just crazy. Well, I was crazy for getting these movies, because to be honest, at that point, there was no way, videos hadn't come out at that point. There was no way of seeing anything opposed to this movie on this cinema. So I would go and watch. So I used to go a lot in that particular. But until I got my first videotape, and I went to the cinema for years after that.
Yeah.
So that's me.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, there's a few I've seen multiple times. I saw, funnily enough, the 4th Rambo film. Saw that on 2 consecutive nights, back to back. It was just great. I went with some family members, and then the next day I went with a couple of guys from school, and I was like, you've got to see this film. Just blow you away. I saw Man of Steel 3 times at the cinema. I think it was I was in sort of different circles, and it was like you have to go and see it with certain people. So yeah, I ended up seeing that 3 times. But other than that, I don't really go back to seeing it multiple times. I feel multiple times. I mean, I really want to go back and see Ghostbusters Afterlife a second time. And I've not felt that way for a long time about film. Because I like to sort of let my thoughts simmer on it and then give it a rewatch when it comes out. See if my opinion's changed or not. Because I'm finding it more and more difficult now to sort of assess a movie just after one viewing.
Yeah,
it's just sort of becoming a lot harder. But yeah, they're just the few I've seen multiple times. Yeah, it's something I used to do, but I don't do it as often at all now, unless the film really has like an impact.
Yeah.
On me.
Jill says, lovely seeing Soph on the stream. Yeah, it was
nice
great to have Soph on the stream. Viewer Drew says, aside from Heath Ledger as a Joker, Tom Hiddleston as Loki, and Josh Brolin as Thanos, who is your favourite superhero casting choice? Mine is Alfred Molina as Doc Ock. I'll probably agree with you there, Drew. He's brilliant in Spider-Man 2, and I can't wait to see him in No Way Home.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. I think I'm going to go with Doc Ock as well. I can't think of anybody else that really stands out apart from all the ones on that screen. But then again, you've got Jack Nicholson was great as Joker.
Yeah.
This is a bit before that. Yeah, I think we need to get a good bad guy again. I think we haven't had a good bad guy for quite a while.
Yeah, I agree.
Memorable one.
That's who I enjoy. He doesn't. I don't think he gets enough credit for it. If I'm honest, but he's phenomenal. Ian Hackman is Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just, I mean, like, I love his cockiness. Like, every time he's like Lex Luthor. He's, it's so, it's so good. Yeah, it's the comedy timing as well with Warren Beatty. Is phenomenal. Just love it. Love that film.
Are you eating cheese on toast?
No, it's just butter.
Oh, butter on toast. I thought it was cheese on toast for a minute.
Wish I probably pretty good. Can't be asked to put the toast in the video, no.
AK says, what's your favourite franchise toys did you used to collect back in the day? Which collection do you have of toys? Mine was the Star Wars Kenner figures and the real Ghostbusters and He-Man. Well, for me, it was Doctor Who. When it first came back in 2005, just got all the figures from like the first season all the way up to the 5th season, all the various deluxe sets and all that. Literally, I must have had everything that came out for that during the first 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got all my Doctor Who stuff, which I absolutely regret now.
All my son's Doctor Who stuff's in the loft. The whole lot.
Yeah.
It's got a TARDIS as well. You know the TARDIS with David Tennant TARDIS.
Yeah, I had the play set with like inside the TARDIS and also a normal TARDIS where you could just open up the doors.
Yeah.
Remote control Dalek. I think I had a Davros and K9. Cyberman helmet.
I miss those days. Now it's all crap.
Yeah.
You don't get football now.
The toys were great. I did have all the Star Wars ones as well. Used to play with them incessantly. Loved them.
Yeah.
I did have a $6 Million Man and things like that, an Action Man.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Play with them all the time. I had the Mego, which were like the Universal Horror monsters, the Mego figures, which are worth a fortune now. But I used to have them and play them until they dropped the bits. I still got Frankenstein though, and it's in good nick actually. But the rest of them are, well, they're all mangled. But used to love me action figures.
Yeah, got loads. I've still got all the Star Wars stuff I used to collect.
I know your figure collection, Andy. Your videos you've done have been brilliant, like the Batman and the Turtle ones.
So I've got these are the old Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader.
No, yeah.
Power of the Force. I've got them all lined up on the telly. Used to collect back in the day Batman, Power Rangers. I've even got into collecting do you remember a show Beast Wars?
I've heard of it, Your Spider-Man collection figures were good. Didn't you have X-Men and all?
Yeah, I've got X-Men, Power Rangers, Spider-Man. This is one of my favourite figures. It's Megatron from Beast Wars.
Whoa. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Transforms and everything into the T-Rex. But yeah, the only thing is it's got lights and sounds in it, but because it's from Japan and it speaks, it's all in Japanese. But yeah, I've got a few of these. I've got the Optimus Prime and Dinobot as well. But yeah, these figures aren't cheap, unfortunately. What they go for, but yeah, I'm hoping to get the Tigertron soon. But yeah, there's a lot I collect and go after. I'm toy nuts, and upstairs I've got the 80s Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles display I've got, which is growing more and more because the toy company that's doing them is pumping out more and more characters. But yeah, I collect absolutely all sorts. Yeah.
Your collection videos are really good.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Yeah.
All in my collection.
I might have to get some of my stuff out the loft. It's not really mine, it's the son's, and I might pick them out and show them one day because there's tons of stuff up there. I'll tell you what he did collect all the time, you know, the wrestlers.
Yeah.
He had practically every wrestler going.
Yeah, I've got a few of them.
And he was mental for them, like. So I just remember being in the toy shop all the time for getting the latest, whoever it is. And he had a ring as well. He just a pound.
Yeah, I had one of them. Yeah.
Like, my God.
Koroshia Ichi says, for anyone wondering, the last American Virgin ends in an extremely hardcore orgy.
Well, that's the biggest one. Oh, yeah, I suppose. Oh, God.
Yeah. Of course it does, Koroshia.
We got Peter stand in silence here. Hey, thanks for joining, Peter.
Yeah.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on Face Off? Haven't seen it.
It's all right.
Face Off's great.
It's over the top, but it executes it very well. It's fun film.
It's gone all over the place.
Yeah.
The viewer Drew says, which villain do you like more, Doc Ock or the T-1000?
Doc Ock.
T-1000.
I would say the T-1000 as well.
I think there's more character to Doc Ock. T-1000.
Oh, that is true.
T-1000's more like he's a machine with one mission in mind. Like that's he's there to do he's got one job. That's what he's there to do. But there's more character to Doc Ock. Enjoy them both, massively. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Peter says, I was over to a friend's place tonight and he made me watch Pacific Rim. It was alright, but not something I would watch again. I have yet to see that. I've heard the sequel isn't so good, but the first one's not too bad because that's a Guillermo del Toro film.
Yeah. I've got it to watch. I will watch it, but I haven't watched it yet.
The viewer Drew said, what's your opinion? What's an opinion you have that's a hot take? A hot take I have is Ultron is a worse villain than Abomination, Aldrich, Killian, Ronan the Accuser, and Yellow Jacket.
I think Age of Ultron's very underrated, if I'm honest.
I agree with you. I quite enjoyed that film.
Very underrated film.
People compare it to the first Avengers film, and they shouldn't do. It's just a really good film on its own right.
There's a lot of build-up and tension in that film that's leading on to things to come. It sets up Civil War wonderfully because there's a bit of conflict there between Tony and Steve, which is great. Which is the log chopping scene is fantastic. But I think James Spader as Ultron is great. I thought it was excellent casting.
Totally agree.
Fantastic actor.
Yeah, he is actually. I'll have to watch that. James Spader's great in The New Kids. He's such a slime ball in that.
I wasn't a big fan of that film. I thought it was okay. I thought it was I would have liked to have seen Tom Atkins in it a lot more than what he was in it.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. He is slimy.
I don't think I've ever wanted somebody to die so much in the film in your life.
Yeah.
I've got the 101 release with the booklet. Still haven't seen it yet, but it does look good.
It's a decent film. It's a lot different to the usual movies like that. That came out with that name.
Right. Peter says Robert Downey Jr. was good in Less Than Zero.
Yeah, that movie sort of imaged what it was. Where's he gone? That movie sort of imaged what Robert Downey Jr. was going through, I think.
Yeah, actually.
It very sort of mirrored why he was going through at the time with drugs and everything.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tough watch as well, like with what his character goes through. But it's another James Spader movie as well. I think it's got Andrew McCarthy in it as well. It's a very underrated film.
Totally.
Yeah.
The viewer Drew says at least those villains didn't make terribly unfunny jokes as a presence when they were great. And Guy Pearce, Tim Roth, Lee Pace, and Corey Stoll did well. Yeah. The wrestler is amazing. Viewer Drew says James Spader was good as Ultron, but the character was wasted.
Okay.
James Spader was also in Less Than Zero as well.
Yeah, it's a good film.
What I'm going to say, I think Ultron is rumored to coming back. I think because his character was just so racist, and he's a robot as well.
Yeah.
But so basically,
I wouldn't mind seeing Ultron returning. Definitely. Peter says, I'm trying to figure out a new prank to pull on Leon. AK Movie says, I used to record Last Action Hero on VHS on TV back in the day. Peter says, Predator 2 is fun.
It just never, I don't know, I just never got it. I think I was just basing it on Predator, which is quite untouchable. And I think you're right, Andy. They have proved that the Predator can't be beaten because look at the times when they've tried to do it, and it's never come close, has it?
Never. It's never come for the first film.
Yeah. They want to just leave it alone. Just say, "Hey, it's a great movie. It was brilliant. We'll have to get a new film." Instead of just remaking the old stuff.
Peter says, John, did you pick up Steel Arena on 88 Films, and what did you think of it?
I think I've actually had it on my hand, and I did pick it up. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I'm going to say, is it Michael Dudikoff, I think he's called it. I think that's his name. If I might be. So yes, I haven't, but I am tempted for it because it's got a really good slip, and it's one of them 80s sort of cheesy action flicks that I quite like. It is what it is, and I don't mind a movie like that. So yeah, I haven't picked it up, but I think I will be picking it up. It's what I'm thinking of.
Cool.
And I tell you what, 88 these days, when you pick a movie up, you can guarantee it's going to look good. I haven't seen one of them making a bum movie or a bum movie version of one for a long time. So they really got that together with presentations, especially the old Kung Fu films. They just look spectacular. And they shouldn't look that good. You think they're going to look rubbish, but they don't.
OK Movie says, I have the Batman 89 movie figure back in the day.
Yeah.
Cool. And Cobra says, Wesley Snipes was great casting as Blade. Totally agree.
Yeah, definitely.
Peter says, AK Movies, well, did you know? How should I know? AK says, very nice, Andy, that toy looks amazing. I need to see your channel and I will give you a thumbs up.
Thanks very much, AK.
Cobra says, Transformers toys are great. The Masterpiece line is my favourite.
That's from the Masterpiece line.
The DVD from Film Bloke is now going off to bed, so good night. Thanks for joining, mate.
Right.
See you now.
Peter says, I still have some of my original Transformers toys from the 80s. That's cool.
Not bad.
AK says, love listening to people's questions, Pete. Your live streams are fantastic. Thanks ever so much, AK. It wouldn't be the same without Andy and Ryan and obviously our guests.
I must admit, Pete, there was somebody I was watching one of your streams one day, and I think that said, I'm sure it was on there, that said that the way you read the questions out is the best to hear somebody read the question out. You know, like when you're, and I agree with that, mate. I've got to say that your delivery with the questions is quite good. Very entertaining in itself. So you need to give yourself a good pat on the back for that one.
Thanks ever so much, John.
Hey, no problem. It's true.
Koroshia Ichi says, watch Batman Forever on 4K a few days ago. One of the best Batman movies made.
The 4K looks spectacular in Batman Forever. It really does. I wouldn't say it's one of the best Batman movies, but it's not bad.
That's the one with Jim Carrey in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have a good fun time with that one. Still prefer like the 89 one, but it's a fun movie.
It's flawed, entertaining.
Cobra says, love the movie Bad Influence starring James Spader. The Blu-ray is so expensive.
But I can't remember anything about it. Yeah.
AK Movie says, I agree, Ultron was wasted in Age of Ultron. I love this film. I have all the Avengers films. It has grown on me. I love the superheroes in these movies. When I watched it for the first time, I thought, why did people not like this film? I thought it was a good film.
Yeah.
I'll have to see it. I mean, I've never got around to watching it.
AKA says, yes, I enjoyed Batman Forever movie. My favourite is Batman 89 and Batman Returns. Peter says, no, Avenging Force is Dudikoff released from 88 films. Steel Arena is another one about car racers.
Yeah, actually, now you can't mention it. The Steel Arena one, it has got a really good slip on it, and I will pick it up in a sale. Yeah, so it does look like a movie that I think it might be something like daft, like a PG or a U, which is mad. That sort of puts you off a little bit when you go to get a movie. So, but I'll check it out because I did like the slip. It did really look good. I know it now. Yeah, Dudikoff, Avenging Force. Yeah, I did pick that up the other day with a view to thinking when I because all go in the sale eventually, and if you're lucky, you'll get the slip with it.
Cool. AK Movie says, yes, that's true. Andy, Ryan, Sophie, Pete, questions are fantastic. Keep up the work on your live stream. Thumbs up from me, Pete, mate. Thanks ever so much, AK. Pete says, John, it was me who said Playtendoguy's reading of the chat comments is the best, not some girl.
I'm sure I didn't say some girl.
Thanks, Peter.
No, I said somebody. I'm sure I didn't say some girl.
Keith says, has any of you seen the latest Ghostbusters? And if so, what you think of it? I haven't seen it yet.
Absolutely brilliant.
Love it.
It's one of my favorite films of November. Because basically this month is being shit for films.
Yeah.
Like seriously, there's like nothing really new. Like the goals, like unless I'm going to see Ghostbusters, then I went to go see the disappointment of the whole of this month. But how's the good news coming out? But this depends. Like, see, my opinion is good from it.
Yeah.
But, see, there's not much. There's stuff coming out next month, but like, I've heard that King's Man's not coming out till the 31st of December. Though.
Isn't it? Right. I don't know what's happened here. AK Movie says, I don't know why people hate Age of Ultron. I love it. Yeah, I thought it was a good film.
Good film, yeah, it's underrated.
It's because the first Avengers was a massive spectacle of seeing these characters on screen together for the first time. It just left such an impact. Because I remember coming out of the cinema thinking, wow, that was incredible. I've never seen a film like that. Where it puts all these famous superheroes together on screen for the first time. And then I think people just found Age of Ultron to be a little bit underwhelming. And they didn't really like it as much. It didn't sort of capture that magic. But for me, I was massively entertained by it and enjoyed the hell out of it for what it is. Is it perfect? No. But there is still a lot to be enjoyed with Age of Ultron, I think.
Yeah, totally agree with you there, Andy. What is going on with my phone? Right. Stand in Silence says, AK Movies is playing Jeopardy. Every statement is delivered in form of a question.
Okay.
Right. I am, says AK Movies. Peter says, I'm hoping 88 Films do some sort of big sale on their website on Black Friday. I don't think they will, however.
It's normally like if you want like 88 films, you're gonna have to wait when the 2 for 15 sale's on. But the 2 for 15 sale is basically shit. But it's only selected titles.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like I think there's more 88 film titles that are out. You go into H&B and stuff like that, depending like which one you go to. You only have like a limited section. There's like half of it's like Arrow Academy and Arrow Video, which it basically is. But I think if they did do that on the actual store, you might get some really good films.
No, yeah, I agree. Because the Newcastle, the 88 Films one seemed to have just went really into a small part now. It used to be quite big, didn't it? And now it's like shrinking. And you think, how because I don't really want this. I think we've got loads of the Arrow Academy. I think they could have less of them and more of the 88, because I think 88 is selling better than Arrow Academy.
I think Arrow Academy's just merged in with Arrow Video, so those Academy titles will just be called Arrow Video titles now.
Yeah, but you know the old ones on Arrow Academy, they seem to, the ones that they've got in HMV in Newcastle, they've got quite a chunk of them, and they're still full price. They're hardly ever down the sale. You think
no, they never are, which is odd.
Yeah. Yeah, because the ones who've been there, they've been there for years.
Totally.
Yeah, because I think they're never getting rid of them.
No, I don't think they will. I think they want to just put them into a sale, £5, just get rid of the whole lot.
Yeah, because most of them, if you buy them from H&V, they will actually come with the booklets.
Yeah.
Because I know it's my local H&V. They have loads of like older Arrow titles, because I picked up the Michael Caine Pulp film, and that actually still came with a booklet, and that came out in like 2016, I think.
Really? So it shows you how long I've had these things on the shelf.
Yeah, because I picked up the Delta Force from H&V, and that also came with a booklet as well, which surprised me.
Because that's been out of Canywell, hasn't it?
Yeah, because you got to be sometimes you might actually still get a booklet.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
That's why I always take a sneaky look at the top of the case.
That's what I do as well. I remember I was in H&B and they said, "What are you doing?" I've just seen if there's a booklet in there.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you search for half the Blu-rays, like in H&B, you can tell they're all re-releases now. Bizarre. They're not, because like half of them are not even out of print because they keep making them. But it's just, you can see because they're different from the cases. So there's no, you're only going to get those daft little advertisement cards that you get all the time. But I was lucky that I've got a booklet with my Dream Demon and a poster. So I was really happy I've got like at least one. So
that's a really good film. Have you seen it, John? Dream Demon?
I've got it. I haven't watched it yet, but I have seen it way back in the day.
Oh,
But
it's a really good.
I haven't rewatched it. But I think it looks great. I've had a look at the quality of it. It looks nice. I expected it to be nice, actually, the quality.
It is. It's really good transfer. Like it starts off a little bit, the intro being shit, but then later on, oh man, it's really good transfer for a film that was out on VHS.
Yeah. Also, Jimmy Neal's in it. I couldn't believe when I put it on.
Yeah.
Jimmy Neal come up.
And Timothy Spall. I couldn't believe that. That's the main reason why I bought the film.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy, isn't it? To think that. I mean, I must have known they were in it, but I just forgot all about it.
Oh yeah. That's what's great about it, really, because I love the the whole horror stuff. But when I pick up Dream Demon and I watched it for the first time, it's like, oh, absolutely brilliant. It's not like I was watching like Hellraiser and what else? I think it was like a bit like Hellraiser in a way, but like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
I had those vibes, and it just like pulled it off, and that's like one of my favorite horror films from '88.
Yeah.
So
it's a decent one, that.
Dangerous Chris said, "Is anyone a fan of John Woo? I just pre-ordered Hard Target 4K, one of the best Van Damme's films."
I didn't have like. I think the only John Woo film I must have saw was like Face Off.
I don't think I've seen one. Don't think I've seen one of his films.
Well, Mission Impossible 2 is John Woo, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I definitely have seen one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hard Boiled for me is one of my favorite John Woo films.
And The Killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Killer's
a great action movies.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Peter says, "I got Pulp Arrow video off Amazon a few months ago and also come with a booklet. I think there's sometimes booklets in later pressings too. Or probably the film hasn't sold very well."
Yeah. Some of these ones where they're sold really well, you know you're never going to get a booklet in it. You can just tell, can't you? You must have sold thousands of a certain movie, and you'll never ever get a one unless you get it in CEX and they've managed to keep the booklet inside.
I remember when I worked in CEX, they used to throw away the booklets for the Arrow video releases. Oh,
that's criminal.
If I got a job in CEX and I was in there, I'm not saying I'm like an aggressive person, but if I was like, say the boss says to us, like, "Oh, put that booklet right in the bin," and put it on the shelf, I'd be like saying, "No, there's no way I'm going to do that." I would like literally have a battle with somebody to say you can't do that, because why would you? I know the class is like kind of waste, but it's not. Especially if you've got it. If the person hasn't put it in, it's fair enough. But if you've actually got that whole physical thing in your hands, then pass it on to the person who's going to pay that money for it. It's a disgrace really to do that.
I remember somebody traded in like a big box set of Arrow, and it came with like a really big booklet. They threw the booklet away, and I can't believe that. It's unbelievable.
It is.
Doing right. Excited. I actually applied for at CX, like for a part-time job, like absolutely criminal. Literally, they're like, what I saw.
Yeah.
Criminal. I saw them like getting the slips up, putting it in. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. They class slips as rubbish.
That's the ones in Newcastle, they don't have any slips on, and the one in what's it called? I'm trying to think what street it is. Not the one on Northumberland Street, but the other one down the bottom. That never has slips on any of the 4Ks I've got, and they've got them at the same price. Actually, practically as you would pay in a HMV.
See, like without the slip cards, that's basically devaluing the Blu-ray. So you can tell. This is fucking stupid.
No, it should knock a couple of quid off at least.
Peter says, "I've only have the booklets with like 50 of the 170 Arrow titles I have."
Yeah. I haven't got them with everyone. I've got them with quite a few.
Yeah.
It's potluck whether you get them, especially for older titles.
See,
That's right.
see with me now, right? I'm only collecting Arrow stuff now because like it's the only stuff I want to collect because I like the setup, I like the special features you get on them. I just think Arrows does much better stuff with the special features because if you get film movies now, sometimes you get that's the thing.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Arrow's probably the best ones for special features out of the whole lot.
Yeah.
Dangerous Chris says a movie called Samurai is out 6th of December from Criterion. I've never seen it, but apparently it's the inspiration for John Woo's The Killers. Or The Killer.
That sounds good.
And Peter says some Arrow titles are bought twice just for the booklet.
All right.
Yeah, I think I've done that myself.
Yeah, I think I could see myself doing that. If it was for a film I really liked, I certainly would.
See, right, if I find a film that has the little case on it, like all American cases like we released, I'll just pick that up anyway. Like, put that, there's a bootlet, I'll get that.
Yeah.
AK says, CEX just crazy wasting the booklets of movies. They should think away before throwing away. It costs money. People come into CEX to buy the titles with the booklet. I would love the booklet and the movie. Well, yeah, CEX just charges whatever they like. Silly prices. So you expect the full product.
Yeah.
Aye.
And the viewer Drew says, what do you think is the best movie in Marvel's Phase 2? For him is Guardians 1 or The Winter Soldier. I would say The Winter Soldier. It's my favourite Marvel film.
Guardians, Winter Soldier. I would say Ant-Man as well.
You've got Iron Man 3, Thor: The Dark World, Age of Ultron, and Ant-Man as well. For me, Winter Soldier. Yeah.
I absolutely in Phase 2. I thought Ant-Man was a fun movie.
It's a very underrated film in the Marvel franchise.
I will also say Under the Watch is underrated as well. Because like that. I think the Ant-Man films are just like for entertainment purposes, and that's what I enjoy because it's Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Which one is Thor Ragnarok? Is that in Phase 2?
It's Phase 3.
All right. I don't know which one's in which phases for me. I'm quite not clued up on that.
Yeah, don't worry. On Phase 4, and it's like one of the most confusing things I've ever seen because there's too many.
It's split between TV shows and films.
I know.
I don't think they know what they're doing with this Phase 4, if I'm honest. It doesn't seem
like seriously, right? I think this year should just be in the year for like TV shows. Use as a trial run, but like Loki could have been a film, right? Loki could have been a film. There's June Boom Boom. There's a full story. Falcon and the Winter Soldier should have been a film. One Division should have been a film. Like too many episodes. Could have done it all. Like I think we're getting a Secret Invasion with the Skrulls next year, and that could have been a film.
Yeah,
could have been a really good storyline. Well, it's just too much.
Peter says it's cool. I've mostly bought arrows cheap on sales or off Amazon or second hand, so I've just resold the double copies without losing anything. Paid full price for very few. That's more or less what I do. Try and get as many in the sales as possible.
Yeah, me too. I try and get everything I can in sale for Arrow. Unless it's something really good coming out, like a nice box set. Because you know that just will go into just stupid money, so you may as well just bite the bullet, get it straight away. And then you don't have to go on the second.
Because the prices of them will just shoot up, especially like the Tremors one, the True Romance, all that sort of stuff.
Like I'm saying, conventional will go for like 25 quid.
Yeah,
that's it.
Good price.
If it's stuff like that, you just pounce on it because you know you might never see it again.
Yeah, like 20 quid if fucking getting that. That's like 5 quid. That's 5 quid a film.
Yeah, no brainer for that. Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, we are at the end of the comments, and we have passed over 4 hours, halfway there to 8.
Just another 4 to go then.
Pete, you said that you're nearly at the end of the comments. There's fucking more.
Oh, we have actually got some. Anyone seen The Great Silence? Just picked up the Eureka Blu-ray. It's one of the best westerns ever made, and was the inspiration for Quentin Tarantino's Hateful Eight.
Ooh.
I've not seen
Sounds good.
it.
No, I never heard of that one.
Ooh, it's another one to add to the list.
And they always have the booklets in, no matter when you get them.
Oh, that's good. Ooh. I haven't never bought any Eureka releases, so I'll probably have to have a look into that.
Well, I've got a film called Sunrise, like a silent film, and it's Eureka #1, actually, I think. And I was like, wow, this is the first ever Eureka one. And it's still got a booklet and everything. So
Really?
Yeah, so you'll know, same with BFI, you'll always get the booklets from HMV.
Oh, that's good.
Brand new, which is amazing, actually. So it just shows you that Arrow could still do that if they wanted to.
Really, I think every time you buy an Arrow release, I think you should get booklets, because like it shouldn't really be limited.
Especially now they put up the prices, because Dune and True Romance, just the standalone versions, are 18 quid, but you don't get no booklet or anything with it.
Yeah, no.
See with me, like I really want True Romance. I need that in my collection. But single for 18 quid, really it should have been in the sale. I would have snatched it. But due to it being expensive, sorry. I'll just wait till the next sale when it comes out.
I was very lucky to get that True Romance special edition for 15 quid from Amazon.
Look at you.
Yeah, that was good.
Cobra Viper says, have you seen the Takeshi Miike film, Ichi the Killer? That would be a great release for Arrow to put out. I know Jason likes that film.
I've seen it.
I haven't seen it.
It's a fucked up film, though, but it's good. It's a good film.
Yeah.
I wouldn't watch it again, though.
Thanks for saying that, AK. That really means a lot.
Continues.
Yes.
Peter says, I've got around 20 Eurekas plus the Police Story 1 and 2 limited edition. Cool.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. That was in the first one.
The Viewer Drew says, which comic book movie do you like more, Iron Man 3 or the Wolverine? I have to say the Wolverine. I think that's hugely underrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a slap in the face that Iron Man 3 was.
I haven't seen either of them, actually, although I've got them somewhere.
Yeah. Peter says the same, the Wolverine, but I like the original comics with Wolverine in Japan more. Dangerous Chris says, The Great Silence was just released by Eureka Master Cinema. The limited edition has a slipcase book art, cards, and a poster, but it's limited to 2,000 units and it's currently 20 quid.
Not bad.
That isn't too bad, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh, see me, I'd rather pay like 15 quid, which would probably be a reasonable price.
Yeah. And final comment, well, for now, I say, is AK Movies, and he says, nice, wonderful stream. I got to sleep as I have to drop my daughter to school tomorrow. Take care. Bye, guys. Bye, Pete. Take care. I'm in bed watching you guys. Thanks ever so much, AK. You're always on the streams all the time. And that really does mean a lot, your continued support.
Yeah.
Peter says, yeah, I only picked up the Police Story limited edition because it came across. It's really cheap in a second-hand store. It's cool.
Wow. Great set, great movie.
Jackie Chan, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the end fight scene is about 30 minutes long. It's unreal.
Whoa, that sounds impressive.
Yeah, I've seen Police Story. It's amazing.
You know the ending bit when they're in the sort of it's like in a sort of mall, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, the mall. Yeah.
The mall bit. It's just crazy, isn't it?
Like literally when he just like Jackie Chan just like jumps off the fucking what was it? The escalator or something. I think it was. Yeah, he jumps off and he literally crashes like through the glass thing. Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
It's mental, but it's great. Non-stop action for half an hour.
I know they got like the double pack of Police Story 1 and 2 in my local Sainsbury's, just the normal standard edition for like 15 quid. So I might actually pick that up.
No, it's the first one, honestly, you won't believe this end fight. Most of it's good, the movie, but it really comes to life on that end bit.
AK Movie says, I've not seen the Wolverine and Iron Man 3, need to see it. Definitely try the Wolverine. Iron Man 3, I'm very mixed on.
Right. That's actually a Christmas film.
I think Iron Man 3 works if it's not an Iron Man film.
No,
If it's just a generic superhero film, it works, but because of what they do with the Mandarin, no, it wasn't for me.
That wasn't even the Mandarin. The Mandarin until Shang-Chi. So the one with the rings. So yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Even though he had short hair.
Peter says, I only paid £8 for Police Story limited edition like 4 months ago, but still haven't watched it yet. Very good price.
Yeah, you need to watch that. It's brilliant.
Dangerous Chris says, Eureka also recently released a Ringo Lam's Full Alert, which is an epic Hong Kong action movie, limited edition, with slipcase and booklet, and is £17. That is actually quite a reasonable price.
Not bad.
Right.
Let's say goodbye.
That is the last comment for tonight at the moment. But yeah, you got to go to college in the morning. Yeah. So anyway, thank you everybody for watching the stream. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you to Carl, to Jason and Soph for joining, and John from Mondo Chelloveck for joining. It's been a great night. I couldn't believe we've actually done over 4 hours. It's gone so quickly.
Oh, it has. You're right. Always do.
Lol.
As always, thank you, Andy, for joining, and thank you, Ryan, for joining.
Bye, mate.
Yep, and we'll be back again next Wednesday at 7:30, where we'll be joined by AJ Movie Place and Andy's friend. What's his name again, Andy?
I think Mike might come on next week as well.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. So anyway, we'll see you all next week, and until next time, bye.
Bye.
See you. Bye now. Bye.
Bye.